Good morning, machine. How are you doing? What about me? I'm gonna work on. Well, actually, I'm gonna see if Dirk is ready. And maybe we just do Nick's right away. I misread when he said he was going to be ready. So Dirk has been wanting to teach us Nix, and so he said he wanted to get on, and we would go over basically, let's see, this PR. This would be like our starting point. Was this PR, and we would go from there. Yeah, we would go from there. The only other thing that I have, other than learning a little bit of Nix this morning, was working on the Twitch alerts. Oh, I said this PR without sharing my screen, like a pro. This PR. So he put a PR on the Null DB to demonstrate Nix test. So, I'm thinking about doing this for Twitch alerts. As soon as we're done with this refactor, add some Nix tests to it. So this is actually pretty cool how he did it. He did it by commit. Oh, this one's just cleaning up dumb stuff. But this one, build with Nix. So it's actually pretty well documented. So we'll see. We'll see. He's chatting. I'm gonna see if he wants to be audio only or if we want to bring him on as an actual guest. Nix is, now, I'm not an expert, so don't hold me to this. Nix is three things. It's an OS, it's a language, and it's a package management. Package management maybe is, I want to say it's too broad and not broad enough, but maybe it's a little bit more, not broad enough when I say package management. Now, I'm not an expert. This is my understanding. Let's actually. Nix and Nix OS. So Nix is, when I say package management, I mean like it's a declarative build, right? That like its big thing is reproducibility. Emacs is a lot, my friend. Emacs is a lot. Let's just embrace that. Nix is a lot. You got to embrace it. If you're in denial, I mean, so anyways, we're gonna do that. Let me just. We're gonna do that whenever he's ready. Yeah. Oh, maybe shortly. Oh, actually, let me get a little set up for that. We're just gonna go ahead and I don't need those. We don't need that either. We're gonna get this branch. Which branch is this? Cool. You're really feeling burned out on C++? I'd ask you why you're feeling burned out. In all of my experience, in my experience of myself being burned out and my experience of seeing others be burned out, generally, it wasn't because of a thing. And that's a terrible statement. It generally wasn't because, I've just used Go. Now, don't get me wrong, something new does bring some side of excitement, but I feel like that's actually more of a band-aid. Generally, when I find people being burned out, they don't feel like their work is being impactful. And that takes a lot of different forms. It's a little bit vague on purpose, but like, you don't feel your work is being impactful, or what you're doing is being impactful, or the product or the thing that you're working on is going to be impactful. It doesn't mean that your code's not impactful. It's just like you're making a super advanced baby pacifier and you just don't see that vision of what that is for the world. I think that's when it's really easy to be burned out. If not everything is working through smoothly, very easy to get burned out. Dirk! I'm just getting to your branch, Dirk. For this. I don't know. Why do you all think? Have you guys thought about why you get burned out? That's what I've seen a lot with people. Not necessarily the language. I only say that though because if you focus on the language, changing to a different language or something like that has this like high where you're excited to learn. I find that humans are actually enjoy learning. Now, like you didn't think so in high school. You didn't think you liked learning in high school, but you actually like learning and trying something new and having a new experience. And so you kind of get this little like learning new thing high. And that can take your mind off of what would make you feel burned out. All right, clean up. Yeah, Dirk, that's a good one. When there's a significant friction between the philosophy and the ethos of the team and me. Absolutely. Machine. Do you know what? That's actually a really good point. One second, let me tone of silent. Make sure that yeah. Okay. I actually think that that's a really excellent point. So you are there's like C++ knowledge, okay? And you are expert level C++ knowledge. Okay? And your knowledge, you hopefully are still expanding your C++ knowledge, so like it's still growing, but like a lot of people like me right now, I haven't touched it for 5 years. I'm probably down here. A junior engineer is probably like somewhere around here. And you know, it's really easy for us to learn a lot really quickly and get a grasp on things. But the narrower your purview of a language is, the more you think you understand it. Okay, so like when you go out and you see something, that's why as a child you think you know everything, because your purview is so small. It's easy to think you know the whole world because you've seen so little. But the more you see, the more you understand that it's very complicated and you can't understand it all. Now, what I'm going to say here is C++ changed right here drastically. Now, everything you knew is wrong in the new ethos. In the new C++, everything you knew is wrong. And this is very humbling, for one, and two, it's like you almost have to take it a step back and look at it as a new language. And the reason is every time you have this old knowledge back here, which you have a ton of, it's going to compete with the new knowledge. It's going to compete with this new knowledge that you need to ramp up. Now, it's very easy for somebody like me, because I've been slowly getting dumber and dumber in C++. When I hit this, all those new features are going to seem intuitive, are going to seem correct, because they're not counter to that big knowledge that I had built up, that big expertise. And so it's going to be actually, I think, easier for me to learn C++, the new C++, than it is an old C++ dev. I actually do think that. Because you're going to have to unlearn stuff first. I don't know if that makes sense. And then you're going to be able to learn the new stuff. And now you'll probably, you'll unlearn, and this is going to feel really painful, and then you're going to just like snap back up here. Whereas my line, this is not my line. This is my line. If I tried to do it, it'd be something like this. Right here, I would feel like I could rewrite the world in the new C++. And really I couldn't get it to compile still. I would feel good about it though. And this would be my max knowledge. That's where I'd end. This is a really weird graph. It looks like I took the square root of something. Anyways, I think that it makes sense. I think it makes sense. Don't be too hard on yourself on it. So this is causing friction. Friction is the cause of burnout, I do believe. I do believe friction is the cause of burnout. Also, I've heard this said before, and I'm not sure I agree with it. I hear things like, let's see. Ooh, that's too small. Chat GPT makes really complex code. I don't know what it's doing. And for some reason, I hear this stated as a good thing. Like, or it's making people feel bad. If you are a senior or above C++ developer, there really should be nothing that can... One of the things a senior learns is to make the code as simple as possible. If it's doing this, this is not a good thing. This isn't the thing to make you feel bad, because this is a thing that it's doing wrong and it hasn't learned to do correctly. It hasn't learned to make code that's readable. I can, even now, make code that you can't follow. Not a good thing. Not a good thing. That's like most of the code that I write. That's like what holds me back from being a really good developer. It's writing really clear code. You know, there's some developers, there's some engineers that when you read their code, you're just like, yeah, this makes sense. This is like reading a book. I just absolutely love it. Then you realize that they were programming in Haskell. That's beside the point. What if I make really complex code and I don't know what it's doing? Yeah, been there too. Been there too. That's why we write tests. I write tests to try to prove that I know what my code was doing. It's my oh. So anyways, I think that friction is a lot of what causes whatever type of friction you're dealing with, whether it's the I love that one, Dirk, that you pointed out, the friction between philosophy and ethos, whether it's the friction in your tooling. I have seen like really rough build processes push people to being burned out. If it's friction in the team, if it's friction of like I was gonna word that. I was gonna word I was gonna try to word it in a better way, but like what I was saying, where like you don't feel like you're having the impact, which usually you don't feel like you're having a strong impact because of some sort of friction. But okay, anyways, let's check this branch out. I did copy that. Okay. And then, so Dirk from the community offered to jump on and teach us a little bit about Nix. Let me actually update our stuff, and then we'll get back to doing some Rust. All right, let's we are on this, yeah. Did I do upstream? I think I'm just I don't think I did like an actual upstream like I was supposed to. Oh wait, I might be on with Dirk. One second, Dirk. I will call you if you're willing to join on camera. That would be awesome. I'll send you a link to join on camera. and it will probably work. Huh. All right. One thing I didn't think of, I got to get it where you can hear me, not through stream. Because I always forget about that. Because then there's the delay, and it's super weird. Super duper weird. Let me make me large like this, and then we actually have... Oh, wait, let me see. We actually have... this, right? Yeah. So this should be the two of us. Your head should be right above mine. Beautiful. And then this one is just the two of us. Cool. Okay. I got this. I have some of the stuff all set up for us. I am half set up. Let's see. Only alphanumeric. Okay. 1 second. I'm breaking this tools. It wants only alphanumeric. Not old numeric, numeric. All right, let's do this. Numeric counts. Password is Bob. Like Bob's your uncle. All right, invite guest. Here we go. Copy that link. Open up Discord on the streaming PC. Discord. AV is the hardest problem in computer science. AV is the hardest problem in computer science. AV, that might... Huh. I'd like to have this conversation where I argue against that, not because I'm necessarily disagreeing with you, but I don't know that I know that as a fact. So that's generally how I do it. I'll argue against you. All right, this should give you a link to join. It is, oh wait. You should have that. You should be able to join. Now, you should be able to get audio through this with me. Let's jump over here. I don't think I've ever heard your voice, Dirk, so this will be a new one for me. I'm accustomed to people knowing my voice. My beautiful British accent. Yeah, after this, I'm gonna go play a little footy, you know? Footy? I leave the T off. It's like footy. Footy? Yeah, footy. Gotta go play some footy. All right, Dirk, I see you. I don't hear you yet. Let me turn the music down. Oh, man. Why don't I see your input? We might have to just go audio only, but let me see if I can't solve this. Let me plug you into, all right, this one. Let's do this. I just gotta update this really quickly. And then we'll update your name too. See, there you go. You're on camera. Let me update your name tag. All right. Now, let me find why your audio isn't playing through like it should be. All right, say something. Oh, you can't hear me through it either, can you? Okay. Okay. Maybe I need to. Oh wait. Enable director's microphone. Okay, allow. And now maybe you can hear me. Can you hear me now through this? Oh, I can hear you, Dirk.
I can't hear you now. This is, by the way, if anybody's curious. Hello?
Yeah,
Oh,
I can hear you.
okay, cool. We're not getting a level through Twitch. But
We're not getting a level through Twitch. Okay, let me. Yeah, we're getting a level through Twitch now. Go for it.
hello. Hi, everyone. We do have delay.
How? But you can't hear me through. You have to hear me through. Let's see.
Yeah. We're using video.ninja. It's the best.
Yeah, video.ninja is pretty cool. What about now? Can you hear me now?
I can.
Right. The delay kills too much if you have to listen to the stream. It's rough.
Yeah, it does suck. But hey, it's good to meet you. Hello.
Dirk, it's good to meet you too. Thanks for joining. Sorry for
Thank
the.
you. Thanks so much for having me. That's very nice of you.
Oh.
A reputable journalist like yourself. Unbelievable.
Reputable journalist. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I respect the journalism. I think you do a great job. Thank you.
I don't have a ton of time. I always feel terrible because I would love to do more. I'd love to spend 8 hours digging into a certain thing.
I mean, even just covering news with some kind of analysis is great. So, more than you can say about like 90% of journalism these days.
That hurts.
It's not outright right lies or state media. You know what I mean? So, that's cool.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
now I only know what the state media is telling me, so there is a certain amount of
That's fair.
I don't
A
know.
very Kantian take. Okay. Nix, huh? Thanks for checking it out. Do you have Nix installed here?
I do have Nix installed. I can share my screen. I don't know actually how to prove that I have Nix installed. I installed it via Arch. So
Arch? Yeah, that's good. Perfect. That works. Yeah.
There was multiple ways to do it. I just did it the native Arch Linux.
That's perfect.
Okay.
That's perfect. You can actually, the one nice thing is you can Nix REPL.
Okay. Okay.
Nix REPL is fun. That's a great place to start, actually. Whoa. Nix store permission denied. Okay, never mind. You don't want to do the Arch installation. Oh wow, that is weird. I've never seen that before. I've actually never used the Arch version of Nix, and I expected it to work. That sucks.
So I was going to say I didn't know. There's like a bunch of ways. Now, what we have to look at here. Let me try to make this a little bit. I'm getting frustrated because I can't get these tabs to go away without like. I need to work on my Zen install. I have to just come in here and tell it to hide it. Oh, there we go. But then it doesn't like pop out. I like it anyways. Whatever. We'll go with this. There was a couple things here that the native Arch Linux package, the upstream installation script officially supported. So like there was these warnings on each one of them. This one seems like one we could do. The upstream installation script. The 0 to Nix, there was like this warning of they think they're going to remove it because it's some other company and it requires you to do a script.
Yeah. I am partial to the upstream, but that's just because I have used it many times and it is the upstream.
All right.
It's not the slickest one, but it is the tried and true, and I know how to debug it because I've debugged it many times.
So, kids following along at home, never just curl. Never just curl something that you run.
Yeah. It used to be a curl to pipe to sh, and now it's curl to
a file.
Curl to to process substitution of sh. So it's a less buggy way to have a vault. So it makes the vulnerability have fewer bugs. But yeah, so if you want to do the if you want to look through the installer, you should do that. It is not actually that impressive because the first thing it does is like curl another installer. But you can.
Wait, did that not work?
Oh, it's because we didn't curl pipe to bash. We just there's a now nix install.sh in this directory. You don't need to have the daemon in there.
Wait, but no, it didn't. Oh, it is right here. Sorry, I was.
Yeah.
All right, so we need to.
If you want to look at it, you can.
Executable, and oh, I'm just gonna look at it really quick. I'm not actually understanding this, but
yeah, what it does is curls a different installer and then unpacks it and then runs that installer. So it's actually not that interesting what this script does. But the other scripts, they'll create an FS table entry, create the Nix store database, and set up profile hooks.
Nix store database. What is a Nix store database?
Oh, there's the Nix store. It goes to what Nix is. Nix is a garbage collector for your file system. And not any file system, but something that's like the heap. And the heap is called the Nix store. So Nix is a programming language with references, and those references can be our paths in the Nix store. So the database keeps track of which paths are live and which are not. Hold on. Oh, we do have to say minus daemon. Never mind. Don't do that. We can say nix install sh minus daemon, I think, then. Let's do that. So there's also a daemon that coordinates builds. And there are users and a group that also get
I
installed
did-
that
I-
run
wondering.
those builds. Yeah, there we go.
Make sure you're
yes, so we're gonna set up the users and the groups.
Okay. No. That looks like enough. This script is going to call sudo a lot. Fantastic. That's
It does sudo because it sets up groups and users, and it touches the root file system, and it touches the fs tab.
perfect. Can I use sudo?
Yep. Or I don't know. That's your decision.
Seems the build group Nix build already exists.
So yeah. So how do we delete a group? It's
I've actually never done that. I haven't never done that. I just don't do it nearly often enough to.
Is it a group del? I think it's group del. Group del Nix build. Group del and ixbld.
Wait. Nix BLD. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one. Great.
I should have installed it ahead of time. I listened to somebody.
I know.
They lied to me.
No, it was me. Yeah. So you can, what is it? Probably.
So
how do we like list all users actually? You can like grep Nix build in etc password, maybe. That's probably the fastest way. I would just grep it. Don't bat it. Just grep it. Grep for Nix build in etc password.
I was going to bat it and pass that to grep.
Oh. You don't need to. That's a useless redirection.
Explain more. Look, remember I did other things before Linux. before this.
grep takes an optional file path as a parameter.
I've never used it that way. Literally never. I have always just
Sure.
redirected something to it.
Yeah, I mean that is the most common way, and you can, even if you did that,
do file.
No, it's just grep and then the pattern and then the file name. So grep Nix BLD in etc password /etc/passwd. Yeah. Cool. So we can. Oh, have you ever used awk for this? Oh, this is an awesome awk.
I've never used awk for this. I have used awk before, very lightly. I'm pretty bad at it though. I use ChatGPT
so you could
to help me with awk.
Okay. Okay. Or we just pipe this to cut -f. You could do the same thing, pipe it to cut -f. 1. Cut -f1 -d colon.
Let's try awk. I'm
You want to awk? Okay, so you can. Here's the awk. I know the awk command. It's awk -F colon, and then start a string. Yeah, -F colon. So that's the field delimiter. I think it's -F space, and then start a string with. Now you can start our awk expression.
Right.
So we can say. Yeah. So start a string with like a single quote, and then you could say /nixbld / So that's the nixbld. So that's the match. So we're gonna do this command on every line that matches this pattern.
Right.
So we can end the regex with the /, and then space, and then we're inside the quote still, and then open a curly brace.
Okay.
And then print $1. So we're going to print out all of the first column, print space $1.
Print space.
So that means we're going to print out the first column of any line that matches Nick's BLD. All right, so we can close our quote and then say space etc slash password slash etc. Yeah. There we go. I think that'll do it. Minus capital F might not be it. The man page for awk is great. Minus F is the field separator. That is weird. I would expect minus capital F to be... Yeah, it should be minus capital F, right? Why?
Right, and that's what's saying the delimiter, right?
Yes. What if we say minus capital F space colon?
Yeah. Or equal.
Yeah. Let's try space. No.
Can't use both dash V. All right.
Okay. Maybe minus VFS equals sep string. Could try that one. That is a really weird. Why? Minus VFS equals colon. That also feels weird. We could try. All right. We're going to use grep and cut then, I guess.
That's actually a... What if we put it like... if we do capital F, we put this in like...
Quotes? It could be. Could be. I don't know. I think we're going to just move on. I think we're going to move on to grep here. Grep and cut.
And then we can just use grep, cut, and pass that to user or delete. User
del, exactly.
User del.
User del. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Core wired, it was a good call or a good try.
Oh yeah, there's a chat. What's going on with the chat?
They just recommended the single quotes. That was not my idea. I don't have ideas. Okay. I just regurgitate what chat recommends, which is sometimes.
I'm going to go. I need to go look at chat real quick.
All right. So we can just reuse our grep here.
You can install Nix without the daemon, by the way, counter, and that's correct. However, it's mostly unused these days, or it's kind of like it's not the most commonly used way. Yeah, so you can grep Nix build and then pipe that to cut minus F1 minus D colon. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, cool.
And you can pipe that to xargs group del or user del, I think. Do the same thing, but pipe to xargs user del.
Is that it?
Oh, sudo user del also. Xarg sudo. I think
xarg sudo? Or do I sudo the x? I don't know.
I think it's sudo x. It's xarg sudo, I think.
Right, because xargs is going to be calling user del with these permissions.
Yeah. Yes. Oh man.
Let's see.
Might have to do it per each So you could pipe that to, instead of piping it to xargs, we can pipe it to a you don't need a minus. I think we instead of piping to xargs, we can pipe it to a while loop. Have you ever piped to a while loop before?
No, I haven't.
So instead of xargs, we can say while read.
Okay, so
we replace our xargs sudo. Oh yeah, we can replace xargs with while read. While read, and we can say space user. That's the name of the variable, and then a semicolon. Do. I think this is sh, but I think it's the same as bash. Space do. There we go. And then at the end of the line, we'd say sudo user del $user. It will use the variable. And then semicolon done. Semicolon space done. There we go. Okay. While read user semicolon. Not colon. While read user is semicolon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no problem. Cool.
Let me just grep really quickly, just make sure that happened.
Good idea.
Cool. Doesn't look like there's any. No, I meant to just.
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand. Okay. I understand. Cool. Okay, then we can sudo group del nix build. Okay.
Oh, that's what we were doing in the first place. I forgot
Yes, we just popped this. We just popped the stack of our original
mistake.
Task. Okay.
And now we can run the install script.
Now we can run the install script. Yes, exactly. We can // we can run nix install.sh daemon. Perfect. Sweet. I do actually. Yeah, there is a reason that like there are multiple installers.
usually when you find multiple installers, that's a warning that like there's multiple installers.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, I got baited because I used a different one, not the. I should have just gone with the Nix one, because usually the community that builds the thing, it might have rough edges, which is why other people do it. But yeah,
I don't know. Actually, I'm not quite sure why Nix as a package doesn't work. It might just be because it doesn't have. I don't know how Pacman works, but because there are a few extra bits and bobs of like system state that are required, like users and group and some file system paths and an entry in the FS tab. I think that maybe the Pacman doesn't actually do that setup for you. That's one of my guess. That's my guess.
What installer did I use before? I used Pacman just on Arch, because I use Arch, by the way.
Yeah, because I suspect that Pacman aims to be minimal, right? And it probably skips all of that useful required setup because it wants to be minimal, which
it also wants to control your system, which I've had this where it's like, if you try to do a package manager inside of a package manager, it's always usually weird. I
suppose. I mean, we do use pip and create stuff and cargo and stuff all the time. So I don't know if that's exactly true.
Though. But think about that. What do you have to do when you use pip? On Arch, if you don't create a virtual environment, you're going to destroy your install.
Well, I mean, what about cargo? Cargo then, or Go, or
I've never installed cargo
NPM
with the package manager either. I use Rust up. I do it outside of the package manager.
These things that you're saying are antithetical to Nix, by the way, but that's okay. That's okay.
This conversation is making me very uncomfortable.
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. You wanna? installed some shell hooks and profiles and stuff. So I think the fastest way to get those is to restart your shell. Ooh, is it null DB? Is it like null dash DB?
Yeah.
Cool. So we can like remove the installer. We should be able to nix REPL now.
Nix. Did not like my hello world.
That's because it's looking for a variable. You can say open double quote. Strings are in. There's a single quote. There's a multi-line string and a regular string. The regular string starts with double quotes. You could say hello world. All right, there you go. You can say 2 + 2.
Can I do like?
Yes. However, the REPL syntax for assignment is different from the syntax in a file. So yes, you can do that, and you can say X. So the REPL is actually very cool, and it's one thing that I think that some people in chat that know Nix might not know all of the features of. It has a debugger. It has a pretty printer. It has documentation. So you can say :doc, for instance. These special things, the special commands start with : :doc, and you give it a definition. So Control C real quick. You can say :doc space built-ins dot map, maybe built-ins dot map. Counterend says we can't see the leftmost of the screen.
Wow. There you go. My bad. Not much interesting going on in that little bit, but I know that how that's like a little disconcerting when it cuts off the nix dash REPL. You just get REPL.
Yes. Also, Counterend, you can shorten that nix REPL expert import by saying nix REPL, and then just the nix packages deal. I believe. So we can say import. We could say hold on. Before we do that, let's call it packages. And the usual name for packages is pkgs. Pkgs equals import space, and then we'll use this like we'll use this thing I would never try to use this in real programs, but it works for the interactive learning case, which is a Nix path entry, which is a less than, and then it's between two angle brackets, so less than and a greater than. There's a common one called Nix packages. So inside and less than and greater than, we say Nix packages, Nix pkgs. Oh, not Nix / just Nix pkgs. Nix pkgs, exactly. All right, and then after that, we say space. After the greater than, and then open and close a curly brace. All right, perfect. So this is how you do an import, which is a keyword. But all it does is evaluate a file which has some Nix expressions in it and give you the result. So if you push enter here, you should see, you could say like packages dot, and then we'll try saying like, yeah, we don't need to look at the entire Nix packages because it's enormous. Yes, you can say pkgs dot and then tab. The tab completion in Nix REPL is great.
Oh, wow.
So if you need to explore, if you're looking to explore stuff, you can try using tab completion.
And
that's always
like docs pkgs.
It would be : doc. Yes, but
Oh.
it's colon doc. But yeah, you can colon doc stuff to less effect, I think. However, that's not the end of the world. You can say pkgs.zulu.meta, and there's often good information in the meta attribute of packages. And a package is actually just a regular attribute set, which is what the things in the curly braces are called. So an open curly brace starts an attribute set, which is like a hash map or something in other programming languages. But you'll notice there's a description and homepage and other meta information about the package itself.
Okay.
If you just evaluate pkgs.zulu, it will give you a derivation. If you say pkgs.zulu.type, I think it's a derivation. So the open curly bracket derivation thing is the like pretty printed version of a derivation. A derivation is the build recipe of a file path in the Nix store. And to build that path is what's called realizing that path. So you'll see that terminology used all over the place.
Okay.
All right, so that's a lot of stuff. There's also lists. One thing that you need to know about lists is that there's no commas between elements. So you can say, so you can build the package using :b, but let's not do that yet.
So like I can make a list like this, and it's like I'm just like snowballing, but
so it's like one. Yeah, well, these things 1 and 2 don't exist yet, so that will be an error. But you could say 1, and then the string 4, and then I don't know x, comma pkgs. You could say 1 space. Oh, not like that. You could say just the number 1, if that makes sense. So there's like the number 1 space 2, and then you could say pkgs. That it's a dynamically typed programming language.
Oh, I love dynamic typing. I love dynamic typing.
Yeah. So now you can close that. You can close the square bracket and push enter. Great. And now you could say my list. Yes. And you notice that before we tried to print out pkgs and it was impossible because it was enormous. And here we tried printing it out, but we didn't. So you'll see that often.
Okay, and this just means it's a big thing. Like it
actually just means that it's anything. So notice that when we printed the packages.zulu.meta, the license field is also dotted. So you can say colon. Yeah. So this is because it's lazily evaluated. So if you want to strictly evaluate it and print it, you can say :p. :p is the pretty print.
Oh, that's all of these here.
Yeah. So you can :p that pkgs.zulu.meta.
Wait, :p at the start?
Yeah, and that's pretty print.
Oh.
Yeah. Which forces the evaluation.
Right, because up here we were getting this, now we got license. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Now,
cool.
If I just wanted the license, could I do like pkgs.zulu.meta.license? Okay.
Yeah.
So
definitely can.
I just use dot notation all the way in to whatever I want.
Yes. Yeah, and then the tab completion should help a lot too. Because the tab completion is great. You can also : for looking at all the colon special commands.
Print packages. Is that a challenge? I feel like that was a challenge to me.
No, we already tried that. I mean, it will die. It should die. There's a meta attribute at the very top of Nix packages that will tell you not to do that, and it will crash. It usually will, at least. So you could try : p pkgs. Try it. Try : p pkgs. It's actually worth seeing what happens.
Look, I'm also the person who definitely catted binaries live on stream, so like I'm not afraid to
You can cat binaries. That's what cat minus v is for.
Well,
Wow.
I did it without minus v. Cat does not like it
Then you
very
need
much.
to need to like reset the terminal or stty. Okay,
This is fantastic.
so there's a lot of packages. Like we can control C. There's like
I can't
tens
control
of
C.
thousands. Can you control backslash? Control backslash will core dump. Control backslash is the super version of control C. You could try control backslash. If not, you can kill the terminal and restart it because we're done. Actually, no, we're not done. But we should look in. Oh, nice! Look at that, core dumped. Perfect. That's what you like to see.
Took it a little while.
Occasionally, it's worth knowing about control backslash with Nix because it doesn't. Sometimes there are control C's that are caught and swallowed in like the black hole that is the Nix source code, which is C++, by the way, which speaks to the quality
fantastic.
of C++. Yeah, it is a pretty good C++ code base. But
about control backslash,
it sends sig term instead of sig int.
I did not know this thing existed. I've had times when control C didn't work. It would have been cool to leverage that.
Control backslash is very good to know about. It's very good to know about.
Although, actually, I'm pretty sure that it was my application. I'm pretty sure I didn't.
Yes, I remember it because it was some tests, I think, or something in Rust. Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, it was in the null database with our consensus that I was trying to play around and get fancy testing stuff, and it wouldn't die. Yeah,
that's the good stuff. That is the good stuff.
All right, so what are we going to learn next on this?
All right, so that's the REPL. So that's the expression language, which is the core of everything. I think it's worth doing a little bit more REPL poking. Let's try to answer some questions and make sure we're on the same page.
Nix REPL.
Yeah, Nix REPL. There's a couple ways to invoke Nix REPL. So let's actually control C it. And you could say, let's control C. Let's exit the Nix REPL, which is :Q or control D. Control D works everywhere. It sends EOF. Control D is just the way to quit any REPL. Yeah, so there's functions. Oh yeah, we should do functions. Let's invoke Nix REPL one more time. This time with a special parameter. So you can say Nix REPL space minus F space and then a single quote and then a angle bracket Nix packages close angle bracket single quote. Perfect. Yes.
Sorry, my brain had to like actually think what I was typing. You said packages, and I was like, I'm pretty sure he means the PKJS.
Yes, exactly. Yes, perfect. I can't believe that you got that. Okay, so now we should have our packages loaded up. So you can say Zulu instead of saying pkjs.zulu, we can say zulu.meta, for instance. So that doing it this way loads up all the definitions from the file and
basically
puts
brings
them in scope
all globally. So like if we're going to do a bunch of stuff with this.
Yeah, it puts them in scope. So there we go. All right, so that's so we have sets. We'll do an attribute set. Notice that the attribute set notation kind of sucks. I don't hate it, but it is key equals sign value semicolon.
Wait. Say this again.
There are quoted keys. So if you look at these, if we look at the Zulu.meta data structure, it's an adder set. And you'll notice that the notation for adder sets is it's curly brackets. And then in the curly brackets, there's key value pairs. And the key value pairs are name equals value semicolon.
Name equals value. Okay, you're
so right. You can construct one. So we can make like a foo equals, we'll make an adder set ourselves. So we can say foo equals semicolon, or excuse me, curly bracket. And we could say we could have the key bar equals the string baz. Or even better, we could say bar equals a string. Yeah, we'll say baz. Sure. A is good. We can close that. Semicolon. Yes, it requires a semicolon, and then the semicolon inside. Notice that the key value pairs in attr sets are yes, they're delimited by a semicolon. So now you
so I could put another one in here now. Like I could
so you could put you could say quux equals 4 or something like that. Yeah, and semicolon. Don't forget the semicolon.
I got the semicolon.
Perfect.
I was testing you. There we go.
Got you. Yes, you may run into semicolons. So yeah, you could say foo.bar exactly. All right, so that's attribute sets. Let's talk about multi-line strings and packages. So there's a function called write shell script bin. So you can say write tab and look at, there's a few kinds of these.
Oh. The tab support is actually really awesome.
Yeah, the tab completion is really good. It's actually even better than this because the tab completion on the command line, like in Bash and ZSH and Fish, are also really very good because you can do this tab completion on the command line, which blows my mind.
All right.
Counter-N is making a good point about functions. Let's talk about that in just a second, Counter-N. I like that. 1 sec, since we're on this train of thought. So let's write shell script bin. You might be able to :doc write shell script bin. Oh, here's another good thing.
So
you can try we can try docking this, but this is going to, that's just a function. Wow, okay, that's not bad. But if :doc doesn't give you enough information, you can try :edit. So let's try that with :edit write shell script bin. This will use the editor environment variable and open the file where this is defined at the place it's defined.
Oh, so this just opened up my Vim, actually with all of the stuff loaded up, like users Vim.
Yep. So if you ever need to introspect or look at definitions of stuff, this is a good way to do it.
Oh no, this is fantastic because you could just go and see what it's doing.
Yeah, exactly. Which is unfortunately very common. I'll just be honest with you. You're gonna do that a lot. Okay. It's a hacker's tool, and it gives you the tools to hack on it. But yeah, it is a very nice introspectable piece of software.
So this is a function with 2 variables, name and text. The name.
Yeah, 2 parameters. Yeah, and then it.
Oh, sorry. Go for it.
So yes, and keep going. Keep going.
I was just trying to understand.
No, that's perfect. Yes, keep going.
So it looks like we create some scope here. This is C++ scope. It looks like.
No, this is just an attribute set. Because it's a curly brace. A curly brace is always an attr set.
Oh, not scope. How do we define scope?
Scope is inside of a function, or with a let binding.
Right. So this equal sign is our scope, right?
It's actually the name : after name : so name after the name : that's the start of a function.
Okay.
Which has a 1 parameter named name, and then after that there's a parameter text. So that's a new function that takes text. So this is a function of 2 parameters that takes a name and a text.
Right. How do we know that the function's done here?
The semicolon. Because this is an attribute set or a let binding. Most likely a let binding, and they're literally the same thing under the hood. Like in the evaluator, a let binding and an attribute set are the same. They use the same binding mechanism.
Okay. Okay. So execute. We're just setting some stuff in this write text file. We're inheriting the name.
So write text file is a function, and we're applying it to the attribute set there. Write text file is a function that takes a single attribute set and then we're making an attr set of the things that it's expecting. That's what's going on here.
Okay.
So function introduction is the variable binding colon, and function application is the function name and then a space and then the parameters. And then a parameter.
I'm gonna have to look at this a little while to.
It is very Haskell-y, actually.
Very, very. I'm getting. You know what you need to do is we need to do this again with Haskell.
Oh man, I mean that's sort of like trying to learn Emacs and Vim at the same time.
Haskell, honestly, you think it's that bad?
I think that learning Nix and Haskell at the same time is like
no. I didn't mean doing it at the same time. Sorry. Okay. I meant at some time in the future you should come.
They go together.
Haskell.
I'd be happy to, and actually, the Nix package's support for Haskell is like incredibly good. It's very good.
Of course, it would be. Of course, it would be. That's like saying
the Haskell community kind of like jumped on to the Nix packages bandwagon very early and made a lot of early mistakes and early progress. So
it seems like, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but just from an outsider's opinion, the things that people care about in Haskell are also a lot of the things that people care about in Nix packages.
Yeah, I mean, Nix is a pure functional programming language that's lazy, and it's, I think, one of two. It's like Haskell and Nix. So yes, they're very similar. They have similar philosophies. There's a lot of Haskell people that love Nix and that use Nix, including myself. So yeah, I think that's true to say.
Well, because like for me,
that there's a
I look at Haskell and I think reproducibility and like mathematically proving that something does something. And when I look at Nix, I'm like, you're kind of doing that for packages.
For packages and configuration. It's mostly it's just file system state. You know, you have the Nix store, you have expressions that evaluate to references, like pointers in Nix are pointers to things in the Nix store.
I need to do this to any of these. Cool.
Yep, you sure could. There are also LSPs for Nix. There's NixD.
Oh, so this is just doing this with write text file, but setting the executable to true by default.
Yeah.
So it's just like a simple wrapper. I could just use this write text file and do this.
Yes,
myself.
You definitely. Yep, you totally could. You totally could. So you could say like write text file attr set with things.
All right.
Yeah. Do you want to look? Let's look back at write shell script bin one more time. Let's go edit it, and I just want to double check that we understand our. I want to make sure that we understand our.
All right. Sorry, I was banning somebody. What?
Yeah, doing some mods, doing some moderation. Great.
Yeah. We
thank goodness for moderation.
2 hours in before we got cheap viewers, so.
True. I will take cheap viewer bots over like the alternatives, though. Oh man.
Fair.
All right. So let's go edit write shell script bin one more time, because counterin makes a good point that we should introduce function notation one more time. Probably want to.
All right. So we're in write shell script bin.
Yes. Which is a function which we introduce with a name binding and a colon. So name colon is introducing a function, and then text colon is introducing another function. And after that text colon, we have two variables in scope, two new names in scope called name and text.
So wait. Let me get this. I think my mind is melting slightly. Write shell script bin is not a function. Name is a function and text is a function. Name is a function that has text as a function.
Well,
is that what you're
all
saying?
functions are lambdas. All functions are lambdas. So
Right,
write shell script bin, write shell script bin is introducing a name. Yeah, so it's like a name value pair. It's a key value pair where the name is write shell script bin and the value is a lambda.
Oh, okay.
Nightbot. Yeah. So on the right side of the equal sign of write shell script bin is a lambda definite is an expression which is a lambda. And inside of that lambda, so name colon that's a lambda with the name being the parameter, and then another lambda introducing another lambda which is text.
Countorian actually wrote it out. That makes a lot of sense to me as far as
perfect.
Like
all right, perfect.
lambda expression.
Cool. And then write text file is a function that we defined earlier applied to this adder set. And then the other thing to notice here is string interpolation. Do you notice the string interpolation here? So like line 231.
That's right here.
There is a string with where we use the name parameter from earlier.
Yeah.
So that name is the same name as 227 defined on 227.
Correct. I don't know what this inherit name is doing.
Yeah. So inherit is a special syntax for which says
it makes
in Rust how you can say
it makes me feel
in Rust
like
when you can do
it really just wants to be object oriented despite not being
sort of. I mean, it's in Rust how you can say how you have a struct with a field name, and you can construct a struct with if you have a variable in scope of the same with a name.
Okay, so this is just saying construct this with write text file with name equals name.
Exactly. That's what inherit does. It's name equals name. Yes.
Right. And so if write text file had a text, you could inherit name and text.
Yeah, exactly.
Would this be a separate line? I can't change this, but
you can have inherit multiple things. So you can say inherit name space text space write shell application or like whatever. Like you can put in arbitrary things.
I can do it like this.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right. Cool.
And then the other bits of syntax that we have here are the multi-line strings, which start with 2 single quotes and end with 2 single quotes. So the text on line 232.
This is multi-line text.
Yeah, this is a string, and there are multi-line strings.
Same as this one here.
Exactly.
Is there a language server I should be running for Nix?
Nixd is good and nil is good. I think Nixd is slightly better, has slightly better maintenance, but nil is also available, which is also Rust. Nixd is a C++ program, unfortunately.
So I need to run this outside of Mason.
I mean, you can. Here, let's take this opportunity to not use Mason.
It's just so easy. Okay.
No.
We'll come back to that. I was just wondering because it wasn't. I was feeling like these multi-line strings should have been like highlighted a little bit differently.
I don't think they will be, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
Never
I don't
mind.
think they will be. I apologize. However, it is kind of nice to have like go to definition in this file in particular.
I was going to say,
I'm less confident in the jump to definition for most other functions using nixd. I could be wrong, but it's very. I mean, the way that Nix packages is organized makes it very difficult to like do jump to definition, which is kind of unfortunate. But yeah.
I was going to say, one thing that I was trying to do was jump to the definition of this. Like, it doesn't work.
Yeah. You
That
can
would
use
be
the
awesome.
Vim. You can use the Vim key binding to do it, like the budget way, which is either hash or asterisk.
Oh, you just search for it?
In yeah, or just yeah, hash or asterisk will jump you to like the previous one.
Yeah.
So that's there, and you can like Control O to go back to where you were. You know, that's like that is the budget Vim way to get around.
Yeah, who needs an LST when we have Vim? I mean,
Exactly.
Like, that's what we're really saying here.
Well, yeah, yeah. I guess you know.
So we just write everything in one really long file,
in one file. Yeah,
and Vim takes care of everything. Until you get to, what was it? We were at like 500,000 lines, and Vim was really starting to struggle.
That's true. That is true. It happens. It happens. It will happen. It will happen. But that just means that you have to start over and write everything fresh.
It means that you made your application too big and too complicated, and you just need to microservice that out.
It's a win-win, apparently. Yeah. Simplicity, baby. Simplicity.
Simplicity.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got multi-line strings, adder sets, functions, and function application.
We have somebody on YouTube. You won't be able to see their comments, but they said that nixd and nil doesn't help that much with the LSP completions, unfortunately, mostly because the majority of Nix functions have zero documentation.
I have heard otherwise recently. I was just talking. Yeah, I was just talking to somebody yesterday that said that nixd's doc finding was actually quite good, which is kind of weird. I do not know. That's like a feat of magic if they did it, but so I don't know. It's worth trying if you'd like to. All right. So now that we have this, let's go like understand. Let's quit this. We'll understand. We'll write a quick shell script, and so we'll like let's actually use write shell script bin. So we'll say write shell script bin.
And there's a tab completion. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So now we need to know what it takes. It takes a name and a text. The name is a string, so let's give it a string. And we'll call it like fancy ls or something. Yeah, Merrick is good. Any name.
I just was something I would know. Was it?
Sure. It's fine. It's not. You don't even have to worry about deleting it because we're not ever going to make a garbage collector root. So it will be deleted if you tell Nix to collect garbage. It will be collected, so you don't even need to worry about deleting
writing it to the file system.
So if we do this, it will write a derivation, which is the recipe, the build script, right? The build recipe for the thing. And if we tell it to build it or realize it, it will attempt to build it using the users and the Nix daemon that we set up earlier. And then it will live in the Nix store. But it won't actually be linked anywhere, right? It'll just be some file in the Nix store because we're just using this as a programming language. And if you tell Nix to collect garbage as one of its admin commands, then it will just delete it because it's not used anywhere. Nix only keeps around the paths that are referenced by a symlink called a garbage collector root.
Okay. I mean, all of those words mean things to me and make sense. They don't make sense. You know, like garbage collector and connected to root. I understand how that works with like a language like Go or, Java. And I understand the concept. I don't understand how writing a file is the same as a garbage collector just yet, but we can move on because I feel like that's going to take me a little while.
Yeah, it's because Nix has like precise it has precise garbage collection, so it knows all of the, it knows every single live reference in the Nix store. So the Nix store is the heap, and there might be a live reference to it, which is kept around by creating a symlink to a particular place in the Nix file system, with to somewhere in the Nix store. So if there's a special symlink there, then it won't be deleted. So yeah. So we can say Merrick, and then so we can multi-line string and push enter just to make sure that we understand. So it's definitely multi-line string. Yeah. This is going to be a shell script, so let's make it like a comment there.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So
like a hash, yeah. And then put a new line, and then let's say like let's do string interpolation. We'll refer to another package, another derivation. So like that's a dollar open curly brace. We could say core utils, which is where things like ls live. All right. And then close the curly brace, and then we'll say like slash bin nice slash ls.
wait, a nice slash?
No, just a forward slash ls space, and then we'll say like double quote dollar at close double quote. We'll pass along all the parameters here.
Okay.
All right, we'll push enter, and then we'll close our multi-line string. So this is just this shell script is going to be just a wrapper.
So we just wrapped ls basically, and core utils is basically
core utils is another derivation which has the core utils in it, like ls, chroot, mcdir, mcnod, all that stuff.
You kind of expect out of a base install of Linux.
Yeah. Okay. It is a particular package. It exists in the Arch distro as well. Before we do this, let's assign this to like a variable. So we'll say like Merrick equals this. You should be able to control B. You should be able to control B all the way back to the beginning of this expression. You can probably hold it, maybe. Or you might be able to Alt B. It uses the read line. So you should be able to Alt B to go back. Ooh, can you not? Can you keep going? No? Oh, okay. Well, we'll push enter. That's not a good sign. That means that we might have to type this again. All right. We'll push enter.
All right, so
cool.
Shell script bin.
Yeah, perfect.
I'm just going to go with yeah.
Nice.
Done.
Sweet. So now you can colon B. So now, actually, if we like look in a separate, if we look in a, but not control B yet. If we look in a separate shell, if we ls, or if we cat the file that derivation file that we just made, you'll notice in the not if we look in the REPL, there should be a derivation path. Oh, did we?
You made another shell, but in Nix REPL.
Yeah, in the Nix in the Nix REPL. So there's in the Nix REPL that we're in, we should have that path, the derivation, which is /nix/store/9sd.
Wait, what? Oh, this.
Yes. Let's grab that path and then cat that path in a separate terminal in a separate shell.
Oh, okay. I see what you're. Okay.
Yeah, so we can just do a bat, maybe even. Bat is good for this, probably, question mark.
Not that good.
Okay, not that good.
It
So
tries to get
this is what
fancy with the dot drv. Like if it was like
yeah.
JSON or something, it would probably done better. But
Yes. Okay, so now we can realize that path by saying Nix. There's a lot of ways of doing it. Let's say Nix dash realize or Nix dash store, excuse me, Nix dash store, which is one command space minus minus realize.
no tab completion.
Not for this, which sucks, but yeah, space and then the that path. All right, so now it will build the thing. So now it will take that recipe, the derivation, and turn it into a regular path. All right. So now you can ls that result, which is /nix/store, and my network is potato, so I can't see the rest of it. But if you look in there, you'll see a bin directory. Do you have tree? Let's tree the path instead of listing it, maybe, or find.
No, I don't have tree.
How about find the path, find space, and then that path. There we go.
So we have a bin,
All right.
and then this is like the file that we actually. So can we cat this? And should this be our script?
That's right. That's right.
Which is just core utils bin ls.
Yes, exactly.
So when we did the core utils, this is actually it's a very specific version of core utils, reproducible.
Exactly. It is a specific reference to a specific store path in the heap. So it's a reference to an element in the heap.
Okay. Okay.
Cool.
I mean, that makes sense.
All right. So that's the REPL. The REPL, there's even more stuff in the REPL that you can use. It's very full featured. So if you can colon question mark for the help. What editor do most people use? I think there's a lot of Vim users. I use Emacs. VS Code works just fine.
Vim is the best, though. Vim on Arch, like professional expertise here.
One nice thing is the colon reload, which you should not do just yet because it'll erase some of our definitions. But colon R will reload definitions. So if you have loaded a file and you changed the file, but you need to reload the file and you're using the REPL to explore, colon R will reload the REPL with fresh definitions.
So is it going to run the garbage collector then and clean up my file?
No, the garbage collector is, let's do that now. So in our other terminal where we had Nix store realize the thing,
yeah,
we can collect the garbage now. So it's still there. We could say, well, let's do this. Let's say Nix store realize the path minus capital or minus O. And you can give it either the derivation or the path minus O, and we'll say like result. Result is the common name for the O. O is the out path. So we'll say like result, which is the common name for the result in the current directory space. And then we'll give it the store path that we want to realize, which can either be /nix/store/j38, that one, or it can be the derivation.
Okay.
Yep, you can do that. Let's get rid of the /bin/Merrick. It will be the same symlink, but okay. I just want to disambiguate for now. So I think that should do it.
Is it a capital?
No, what is it? It is, let me double check. There's a minus add minus root. instead of minus O, it's minus minus add minus root. Add root. Yeah. Perfect. That should do it, I think.
So this is going to add this to that root system store, which means it won't get garbage collected, is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. So now we can say nix dash collect dash garbage. Woo.
How do I have so much garbage when I've
because-
barely done anything?
Remember when we tried to print all of Nick's packages earlier?
Yeah.
That's why there are so many. That's why there are so many recipes in there.
Why would
Because it evaluated all of the derivations, so the derivations all got evaluated.
Oh. So this was like realizing everything in that.
It wasn't realizing them. It just copied all of the build recipes, which in some cases might have involved some realizing stuff.
Okay. This is like a Docker system prune. Got to run it every once in a while.
Yes, it actually is, except it's more precise than Docker system prune, and it's better. You should just,
More precise.
Yeah, it's Docker system prune. Yeah, it's definitely more precise. Way more precise.
You just, when you do system prune, you just do yes to all of the stuff. So, I mean, it's very precise. It just nukes everything.
I mean, there's no way to know, say, what networks are still available, right? I guess it does know networks, but the reason that Nix is more precise is because the graph is much more precise. Because OCI images are based on this linear layer element, although I guess it's kind of a DAG, but nobody actually uses a DAG because of the like staged builds.
I was just saying, like, if you just prune everything, it's pretty accurate. You're just deleting everything. Starting fresh. It
works. Okay, so yeah. So we've got, what's it called?
Does it run that every once in a while, or do I have to because like when I think of garbage collector, I think of something that runs automatically for me occasionally.
You run it yourself. And the reason is because you might have stuff around that you don't want deleted immediately. I've like toyed with the idea of having an automatic GC that does, like garbage collect after every evaluation or realization, but I'm kind of sold on having some stuff around because it can be very heavy. So imagine that you're building Chromium. Chromium takes like 6 hours to build on modern hardware or Firefox.
Chromium is actually like, if I ever do like a testing of like a CPU, I build Chromium.
Yeah, exactly. And so if you just built Chromium, you don't want it to just like immediately delete the Chromium thing that you just built. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense? But so I think it'd be possible to have something that does like an auto GC, but having it be like a cron job is maybe a little bit more realistic.
Or you'd want it to be more a little bit more what if you did it where it was a little bit more picky, like it doesn't delete anything newer than like 2 days. So like it's cleaning up, but like not really recent stuff.
There's an option for that. So if you like man Nix collect garbage or Nix collect garbage help, there is a way to delete stuff that's only older than a certain date.
All right, I'll get it. But
wow, do you not have man? You can. So let's do this. No. Let's use Nix.
Okay.
So we could say Nix minus shell, which is Yeah. Oh man, there's a lot of stuff to explain. So you could say Nix minus shell space, and then single quote bracket Nix packages close bracket. Remember
wait.
this? Less than.
Wait, what
Sorry,
was in
angle
the bracket?
bracket.
I'm sorry. I was thinking.
It's the less than NIX PKGS.
Oh.
So yeah, and we don't need the square bracket. Sorry, just the angle bracket.
Okay. I'm sorry. I actually.
Yeah. Are you
I know
picking up
this.
what I'm throwing down? Picking it up?
Yes. I was blanking, but I got it.
Let me think that. Let me make sure this. I understand this is going to work. It might work. It might work. There's multiple ways of doing this, which is a shame, but required. And then you can say minus capital A man, I believe. Minus capital A space man. Or actually, instead of minus capital A, we should use the long flag. It's minus minus adder, which is the name of the attribute in the attribute set. ATTR.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
And that's an ER. Yeah, ATTR. Sorry, not ER. But yes, exactly. So attribute, and the attribute I think is man. Okay, we'll try this.
So perfect. we're getting a Nix shell, not a REPL.
Yes.
And we're importing Nix packages.
Oh yeah. And if you, so one thing to note is that angle bracket thing is just a path in the Nix store, or just a place where it finds. Now it's just a. Yeah.
What's the difference? The Nix shell, I can't run Nix stuff here, so I couldn't do like x equals, if I wanted to do like a
I mean, a lot of Nix commands on the CLI do accept like expressions in certain places, but it's usually in a flag. But right now we're just in ZSH or Bash. Yeah.
Right. This
so you should be able to like
Nix, like it's just in the shell.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. So you should be able to like we should be able to man Nix -collect -garbage. I think. This depends on the man path. Really?
It said negative.
Can you type space minus P, man? That is really weird. Yeah. Can we go back to the Nix shell really quick? Or the REPL, not the shell, the REPL. Can you type man.meta? I believe man is the correct thing. Oh boy.
Wait. This is in Nix packages. Yeah, it's in Nix packages.
Yes.
Is it ManDB?
So ManDB. It could be ManDB. We'll try ManDB. It might just be an alias for ManDB. Let's try ManDB though. I'm a little concerned about the state of our shell environment, but how about just Nix-shell or something, or just Nix? I don't know, something like that. Yeah, I'm a little concerned.
What have you done to my shell? That's what.
Yeah. Is there a man in user bin? There should definitely be a man in user bin, right?
I actually thought I had man installed.
Yeah. So can you like /user? Can you like use /user/bin /man? Does that exist?
No. Wait.
Is it in /bin? Is it in /bin/man? It might even be so basic as to be in /bin but I doubt that Arch would do that.
Let's see. No.
Wow.
Let me see if I can just install it. Why the adder command instead of the Nix shell dash?
Yeah, we should. We can try that too. We'll say nix dash shell minus p man. That also works. That's the same command. It's because I've been using the new style commands for a long time. Okay. All right. So we should be able to man nix collect. It was just the wrong command that we ran that I had you run. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'm very good at being wrong, like you are.
I was gonna. Oh, ow! Burn, burn. I've watched you.
I know that you're very proud of it. I know your strengths. Being wrong is a very.
That's like when you go to the interview and they're like, "What's one of your strengths?" Oh, being wrong.
I actually think it's an underrated skill. It's hard to be wrong in a good way.
It's also hard, and I'm not gonna say that I'm necessarily good at this. Like, I'm just saying, like, it's a difficult skill, but like, knowing when you're wrong, like, when you're right, you don't want to back down. And when you're wrong, you want to realize you're wrong fast enough and be like, no, that's actually a good idea. I was actually wrong there. And like, so like, there's a very fine line where it's like, you don't want to roll over too easily because like maybe you are actually correct. But yeah, anyways.
We could try just nix, I guess. I don't know. Or nix space profile. You could try nix dash shell. So I'm a bit concerned that we actually have no documentation. All right, in the REPL actually, one more trick. In the REPL, let's look for nix dot outputs. I think there might be particular, man. So if we go back to the nix shell, let's add the nix.man to the shell. We'll exit this shell.
Okay.
And to the minus p flag, we'll say space nix.man. Nix.man, excuse me.
Oh, I think you said .man. I was just really good at being wrong.
Yeah, I hear you. Me too.
All right.
So now can we man nix shell? Can we echo the man path? I'm a little.
What are you?
It's man path is a path environment variable.
No, you were saying I'm a little.
I think it's one word. Man path. So why is it only here?
So this is not a Nix man path, right? This is my system's man. Like it's not in some like virtual Nix repository.
Yeah, it's not. It's just your home directory, which is odd. I wonder if this is because this is just very odd. I don't know what's going on here. I think it might be because you haven't installed man via Arch.
Arch install. Do you have to install man? I've never been on.
Yeah, ManDB and man pages. I'm not quite sure how Arch works, but it does look like something weird is happening in like a shell profile hook somewhere. That's what I'm guessing. Anyway, Nix shell is working. We can use man. We should be able to like man and then a file path. You can actually just man a file path. Because nix.man I think the doc is different from the man pages as Relight.
I'll just do both.
Sure. Let's echo the man path again. I believe, yeah, something weird. One thing you can do too is nix. You can nix build.
Nix build what?
So you can say nix dash build minus. Excuse me. Open single quote bracket nix packages.
I got this.
Yes, this is a. Please keep in mind, I do not recommend using this. I don't recommend the bracket nix packages minus capital A.
Wait, you just recommended me typing it.
I know. I don't recommend doing it in like production, but since we are doing like a learning exercise, it's fine.
You know it's going into my production. You know.
Yeah. Oh, instead of minus capital A, we'll say minus adder. Sorry. And then we'll say space nix dot man, and we'll say minus no dash out dash link. All right, cool. That avoids making a results link, so this will, yeah. I don't know, Countor, and I avoid the new stuff for now.
All right.
All right. So we can ls that. Let's ls it.
This.
You should see that there's like some stuff in there, like a share directory. Yeah. So let's say if we go back to our Nix shell with mandb in it.
Oh, okay.
We can, which is kind of wild, but we can say man slash Nix slash store slash that thing.
Man.
Yeah. Slash Nix slash store slash this stuff. Because now we're just back in the world of regular Unix tools.
Right.
So it'd have to be the whole slash.
It'd be the whole file on my computer. I will look at.
Okay.
Okay.
You should look at it.
Installed by default.
Yeah. I think something is definitely up. I don't know what, but.
So the only thing I can think of is like I stopped. That's not actually what I wanted to. I stopped using. Oh my gosh, and I'm using. What am I using? I can't even remember what I'm
Starship.
Yeah.
Starship.
And I don't know. It's done some interesting things to my shell that I've had to deal with. Like it just got rid of history. And I had to like manually add history back in. There was a couple things.
Yeah, that sounds fishy then. I would recommend maybe that needs some investigation. Okay, so now we know stuff about Nix, right? We have a shell. So a shell is how you get an ephemeral environment without installing stuff. So instead of, I actually basically never install anything with Nix env or Nix profile or anything. I just use a Nix shell or use something like Home Manager or Nix OS. Those are the things that I use.
So I could just jump into Nix shell. No.
Yeah, you can Nix shell minus P, and then a package like Rust C or Cargo or Rust format, or actually the one I was going to recommend is Nix D. If you wanted to try the LSP.
Oops.
No problem.
But when I Nix shell, I have to put everything that I want in that shell in this. Like, can I add stuff now that I'm in the shell? Like, let's say I want something in here.
Yeah.
That then wasn't originally. Can I just add it to it now?
So let's write a file. So nix-shell has a well-known file called nix shell.nix. So it'll look for shell.nix in the current directory, and it will use that. So let's make a file called shell.nix. And actually, before we do that, there is already a shell.nix in the branch in the branch that I made. So if we check out that branch, maybe we can start
Okay.
exploring the pull request.
What is the result? I don't think that.
That was the. Remember when we said next door realize add root?
Oh.
Yeah. So you can like stat it. You can read link it. You can run Merrick.
So
if we run
this
results
would be
bin Merrick,
like
yeah.
to the ls thing, right? Because we
Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know why I did that. I meant that.
You should just be able to like run it like //
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is all right. We're going to remove this though.
Yeah, you can just RM. You don't need you just RM result. It's just a symlink, so you can just RM mine. It's not. Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Oh, result is a symlink. I'm sorry.
Yep. Yeah, it was a symlink to the next door, to a path in the next door.
Probably shouldn't do a -r on the symlink.
Yeah, that's okay. That's all right. I don't think there's any harm there. I think -r only does recursive if it's a directory.
If it's actually a directory and not a file, because you could do -r on a file, which wouldn't make any sense to be recursive. It shouldn't go through the symlink. I kind of hope it doesn't. I don't actually know if it would go through the symlink to recursively delete everything on the other side.
Yeah, exactly.
My hope is no. Okay, so now let's see. We need to let's see. Not what I wanted. Here we go. We're all on origin. Yep. I was gonna say I don't think okay, so get fetch origin.
Oh, you might need to add my remote, probably.
Oh, is it not on origin?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay,
you could try fetching. You could try the pull request. You can fetch the pull request. You can pull from like refs pulls head 14.
So
you can pull from
your fork.
You can pull from the you can pull from you can fetch a pull request. It's in the polls namespace. So you can say
really?
We could say git fetch origin space refs polls / I'm going to get this wrong the first time, but it's space refs / polls / heads, all lowercase. Refs / polls / heads, head, just head /14 : refs / remotes /
wait.
No
head
space
/14 :
Yeah, : so that's the source, and then the target would be refs / remotes / poll / origin, or just / heads. Maybe let's just put it to heads refs / heads / I don't know, NixOS tests. Sure. We'll try it. It's gonna fail. Yes. What is it? Is it refs poll heads? Ugh. Hold on. What is it? Get refs. Let's see. There's a way. There's a way to do it.
So you can. I've actually.
It's
okay. It's
refs / poll / number / head. Sorry. So instead of refs polls, it's refs / poll singular / number. So 14 / head singular. There we go. No slash. No trailing / after head. Perfect. We'll do that.
So this is the pull request 14, which should line up with 14. And then we're putting it to Nix. Okay.
Yep. Looks good. cool. And now we can check out NixOS tests. Yeah. So I think I added the cargo lock.
Yeah, you did. You did.
Yeah.
It means you just updated the get ignore, and I need to fix that on my side for this. But
yeah,
you have
exactly.
a Nix shell here is what we wanted.
Yep. Which is a simple wrapper, but we know all of this stuff except for with. So we import a file, which is the current directory. The current directory, the default current whenever there's an import or you see a reference to a directory, it is the first thing it looks for is import will look for a default.nix in that directory. So there's a default.nix in this directory, which you can edit here.
Okay, so I get
so now
this
instead of
part.
using yes,
I don't get, and this is, I'm going to say, fairly self-explanatory. We're just locking this to a very specific version reference.
Yep.
What's
exactly.
this?
So this is a function. So notice the colon at the end of this line. This is a function that takes one parameter, which is an adder set. And here we are doing a pattern match on that adder set. And we're looking for an attribute named system. And if it doesn't exist, it defaults to the built-ins.current system, which is always defined in asterisk.
Okay.
However, so that just is a default value. So you don't need to worry about it unless you care about building for, say, Arch 64 or for Mac OS or something. If you want to look at these Nix packages for some other thing.
So this right here, this import is importing default.
Yep, it's importing default, and it's looking for a package it's looking for an attribute named null-db, and that's defined in the overlay. So under, oh boy, is there an overlay.nix in here somewhere? I forget exactly where I put it. It's been a while. Yeah, so if we look in here, you'll see the null-db package and shell is defined here.
All right, so this is two functions, final,
Yeah,
previous.
yeah, exactly.
Null db.
Exactly.
Final byte call. Let's see, another function here of O.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We do some pass-through tests. So do we have like a test? NixOS test basic raft. So is this going here? Is this basic raft going to this?
Yes, exactly.
Basic raft dot, and is it just looking for the default.nix in the basic?
If it's a directory, yes. If it's not, then it will just try the file. And I think it's just looking at it's looking at the default.nix here. Yes, exactly.
So we could have done like a basic raft.nix. Or we could do basic raft and have default.nix. Just like the Rust module system.
Yeah. Yes. And the reason I like that is because a lot of times if you have like a package or derivation or a test or something in a directory, there's almost always you're going to need some kind of like supplementary materials there, like another patch file or I don't know, a script or some other supporting JSON file or whatever. You might need extra stuff in the directory. So this is a NixOS test, which is a derivation. And I think, so there's a whole reason that I don't recommend learning NixOS first, because we'd have to do a whole lot of stuff. We're still not even at the level of Nix where we could familiarity where we could do Nix packages or Nix OS.
Now,
We're close, but yeah.
are you currently on NixOS on this call?
I am talking to you through Geeks, which
What is Geeks?
which is the GNU version of Nix, which is based on a scheme. It's a GUIX. However, I use Nix a lot. GUIX, yeah.
Oh, look, we can install it using Arch.
You sure can. You sure can. Yeah.
Why do you use Geeks over just straight?
Because I like it. I like the community a lot, and I like Lisp a lot. So I like using it because I like the technology and I like the people. I do not recommend it for anybody, just anybody. If you like free software, Scheme, and Nix all in one, then you might want to check it out. Otherwise, you might not. It's a labor of love. It is often even more hacker friendly than Nix, shall we say.
I'll stay away from it for right now. You had me at Lisp. I'm not smart enough for Lisp. Not yet. I gotta learn Haskell first.
Oh man. True. Okay.
All right. So we're doing something up here that's a little this looks like it's starting a function because it has the colon here. But it looks like it's starting it with like a tuple.
Yes, it's an address. So this is a function that takes one parameter, which is an address set, which we know from the curly brackets, and then the addr set must have these three parameters, or just two, testers and lib, and it may have an optional n peers.
I have a question. Is this different? Yeah. I'm assuming it's different than doing something like...
Yes, yeah, because in that case, testers or lib could be anything, because it's dynamically typed, of course, cry, but, you know... Yeah.
These could be their own adder sets, but that could be here too,
or
because we're not actually giving it a type. So how does this differ?
Yes, exactly. So each of those could be anything. Even n peers might not need to be a number. Cry, sad. We're all sad about this. Okay.
Wait. You're saying that we're giving this. I'm guessing this is a default value of 3, right?
Yes, exactly.
But you're saying it could also like full on.
You could just put in all of Nix packages there if you really, really wanted to. So, you know, like there's not a whole lot of stuff that's, keeping the Rails on. You can add asserts. There's asserts in the Nix programming language.
Was that a Ruby?
If you really...
was that a Ruby? Yeah. That was fantastic.
Yeah. Hey, I know. We're not fans of we're not fans of the type system of Nix either, okay?
Okay. So I'm still now struggling with the difference between this and this, because my understanding is
so this is a function of... Yeah, so what we have on line 1s through 5 is a single, or making a lambda with one parameter, and that lambda takes one attribute set. It's going to crash if you don't give it an adder set, because we're doing a pattern match on the adder set.
Whereas this one, you don't have to give it lib?
This one, you'd have to give it 3 parameters. So this is a function of 3 parameters.
Right. And this is a function of 1 parameter that takes 3.
Which is an adder set with at least these, with exactly these 3. Okay,
so in this one, we could pass like a 4th thing if we wanted to, but this one, if we added...
no, you couldn't. It could have... So the bottom, the one on line 6, you'd have to give it 3 parameters. Exactly.
And this
so
one could
there's
have
no
more.
like... That one could only have 1. That it would have to be it would have to at least be an adder set.
The
it's kind of
Anderson,
I
though,
guess it's
could
where
have multiple things that weren't in this. They just has to have at least these three.
actually not in this case, but if you wanted to do that, you can add a new line on after 4, but before the closing curly with another comma and then a dot dot dot, and then it will then you can say it takes other stuff aside from just those 3. But
Okay.
without that, it means it takes exactly those 3 adders. Attribute set with exactly those adders.
Okay. Veggie would take a higher difficulty curve with excellent documentation over something with a slightly lower difficulty curve with almost none.
I don't know. I mean, my feeling about Nix is that it's a very hard tool to learn, but it does things that you simply can't do elsewhere. That I don't know exactly. I don't. I'm not the CTO of a big company, so I don't know what people think. But I like tools that let me do hard stuff. I'm looking for high leverage tools personally, but I think that's maybe a philosophical business conditions pathological ethos question.
He's saying that refers to geeks.
Okay, sorry. Is this a? Oh! I see. Sorry, I'm not on the YouTube chat.
Yeah, sorry. I'm translating. The interesting thing that I'm finding here. Okay. I need to let this seep for a little bit.
Yeah, there's a lot to it.
We're probably gonna have to do this again because I feel like I now need to go.
I think so. Yeah, we will, because there's 2 major things that come after this that are the next things to look at after you've like understood the Nix programming language a little bit is the Nix packages paradigms. So Nix itself is a programming language, but then Nix packages is like the standard library plus all of the package definitions plus NixOS built on top of the Nix programming language. And there are idioms in Nix packages, which are, I mean, I don't know all the idioms in Nix packages, and I've been doing this for like professionally for like 5 years. So like, it's a lot. However, the 2 main ones are the NixOS fixed point and the Nix packages overlay system. There's just 2 different kinds of fixed points that are used to extend Nix packages itself, and that's the overlay system. And then there's another fixed point called the eval config, or more, as it's more commonly known, NixOS, which is the NixOS configuration system.
Veggie also said, I'm really thankful to people like Dirk going out there and teaching people how to use Nix. So shout out to you, Dirk. I also
sweet.
appreciate it.
Sweet. I'm glad. It's a lot, no doubt, but very powerful. Yes. Well, this might be a good stopping point.
No, it is, because my mind is a little burned out.
Yes. I think so. I would love to get to this point, though. If you're up for another session like this, I would love to get to. I would love to demonstrate the NixOS tests, because they're so cool.
Which is what this is right here. Which is where we're like trying to do the.
Yeah. So this is a NixOS test that boots up at least 1 QEMU VM. I think it boots up two database peers, or 3, and then it drives the 3. So this is a way to test your consensus.
Is this 0 index? So like, is this actually 3?
No, that's just the number of cores, which is 2 cores each node.
Where's the number of nodes?
That was the n peers variable at the top.
Oh, Oh, did I just miss it? Okay,
N peers,
right here.
yes.
Okay,
And then we make a list of peers.
I see.
Yep.
This is what I think actually would be really, really cool, because testing the consensus. I mean,
Yeah,
all of
that's
it's
what
kind of an
that's
integration test.
exactly. And that's what this is perfect for. Like NixOS tests are so good for end-to-end / integration tests. That's like unmatched. I've never seen a better testing framework for integration and end-to-end tests.
Yeah, I was gonna say we were doing some wonky stuff, getting like running containers.
Yeah, we had like a
up and
Docker
whatnot.
Compose. Yeah, we had a Docker Compose, which was working, I think, but it's a little bit flaky.
Not only is it a little bit flaky, it's hard to control certain aspects. Like, hey, I want this container to start first, or second, or third, or
yes, yeah.
I want the third one to join a minute later. Because when you're wanting to test consensus stuff, you'd like to be able to test some stuff like that, or like, hey, I just want then one of them to shut down and then one of them to come back a minute later, like, and rejoin the consensus pool, like.
Yeah.
Those were the things we could maybe do it around Docker Compose, but Docker Compose wasn't really designed for that, honestly.
Right. I mean, it's just there to like make sure that the containers are built and up, like the images are built and then they run.
Yeah. And then like, yeah, it's meant to be like, oh yeah, we have a little microservice. Like we have our database running here and our other thing running here, and my service can connect to both of those, and it does kind of what I don't know.
Yeah. So you could like, there's not like built-in mechanisms of doing like, I don't know, distributed systems testing here, but you could like simulate network outages by like having, I don't know, just editing IP tables or something of a node in the configuration. Just drop all outgoing packets for a few seconds or something, like you could do all kinds of stuff here.
Super cool. Veggie said never ask a Nix user's take on traditional container images. I've learned this.
Do not. Do not. Do not. They are the worst things. They should be stricken from our common technological landscape.
I used to work with a person called Alexa, and they went on rampages against the traditional, actually to the point where
wow.
I dislike this, but like the open at SUSE, the open build system didn't use Docker files. Because we wanted reproducible builds. Didn't use Nix.
Still, I mean, shout outs to Alexa and SUSE. Like OBS seems good. I think we even discussed OBS in Discord recently, and I think I came across overly negative about it. I'm not like against it. It's just, boy.
I technically have a love-hate relationship against the open build service. So OBS, for people that don't know, is a thing called the open build service, where basically anybody in the community can build something. There's also IBS, which is the internal build system. So SUSE themselves has like a private instance of it, which is IBS. I'm giving you a little insider knowledge here. I'm not sure that that's really insider knowledge, but anyways, it is SUSE's own build system, which, whether you're using the open one or the internal one, IBS or OBS, it's actually a really good system, in my opinion, minus no one uses it. So there's not great documentation outside of SUSE on even how to use the open build service. If you wanted to, let's say you wanted to use it. Actually, this is better than it was when I was working there. Maybe they've done some work on it. When I was working there, it was kind of like a little difficult to leverage. You're right. You love having irritable bowel syndrome while using open broadcaster software. Sometimes open
Mhm.
broadcaster software does give you IBS, I believe.
Yeah. There's there's some like weird Nix internals. So Nix has a distributed build system that's iffy, but it does exist. Like that's what I worked on for most intensely for most of my time professionally doing Nix stuff, was making CI work with this like distributed build system, and it's pluggable. Like you could write your own. So maybe like you could use the distributed build system to use OBS to build Nix packages. Like that's a possibility. If SUSE really was like really gung ho on supporting Nix, the Nix community, they could maybe donate some compute to them. Just saying.
So Veggie asked, is the OBS service something that anyone can use for anything? Yes, if it's open source. Basically, as long as it's open source, you can use it to build your thing.
Yeah. So like the way the Nix packages works, Nix packages is I think still like the most active GitHub repository. It's like enormous. It's just I don't know. It's just I think that GitHub is like no, not like that when they want you. Yeah, look at the number of pull requests and issues and
pull requests
the
is
last
5K plus. Like, ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah.
What
Yeah,
I was
there's a
gonna
lot
look
of
at
like
is just the commit history. Like, how often is there a new commit? Not that.
I mean, there's one 28 minutes ago.
There
It's
is
like
over 700,000 commits.
yeah.
We got
Yeah.
28 minutes ago, 35 minutes ago, 38 minutes ago, an hour.
Yeah.
So you're talking what? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 an hour, 7 to 10 an hour, probably.
Yeah, which is a little bit like the Linux kernel, I think.
What is this 8 out of 9 passing? This is garbage. You got to have 10 out of 10. Skipped.
There's a lot of people in the community. There's a lot of automation that does. So there's a way in Nix packages to specify like a script to do an upgrade. So if you so let's say you have a package and the source code is based on a GitHub repository and it has version tags. You can write a script to automatically upgrade every time there's an upgrade of the package. So that's why there's so many automated package upgrades here. Plus, there's just a lot of users pushing a lot of code, fixing a lot of stuff.
You know what I think of when I see this? I want to know how much this costs Microsoft. Just this project, just their actions that are running.
Yeah. I mean, they don't even use the compute. So there's a build farm. The compute of the action stuff is not even just doing the evaluate. Like Nix is actually kind of slow and bad and not very fast and very compute and memory intensive to do the evaluation. So the jobs that are actually doing the evaluation, I think they run some things run on GitHub Actions, but I think the really compute intensive things run they run elsewhere.
Okay. I'd
There's
have
some
to
CI
look
infrastructure.
through it. And it depends on how they run it, because like you could use like Ubuntu latest and then like kick something off somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly. Which does happen quite a lot.
Eventually, Microsoft might hire people to fix it so it costs them less money.
maybe.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, Nix packages is a truly a gem of software, in my opinion. I think it's a huge benefit to humanity, actually, just in general, because it does CI for entire ecosystems. So there's a package set of Python packages and Nix packages, and they all are tested together. So if you add or upgrade something, its dependence will be tested and rebuilt, etc. I think it's just a I think it's underrated as a community benefit. But
Well, cool.
Cool. Yeah, this is a great place to leave it. I can sign off if you want me to. I don't mind.
I mean,
Thanks
you
so
can
much for the
also hang
opportunity.
around and do something else. I need to do something a little bit more brain dead. I'm gonna make a
Yeah.
cup of coffee. You're more than welcome to hang on
right.
around, and you know, I actually, if people want to join and do something specifically with me, it's probably frustrating. I type slowly. I'm not super smart, but if you want to, I'd love to have people on to learn the stuff that they're doing.
Colon Q. Yeah. Control D. Exactly.
I
Yes, that would
just
be
control
cool.
D it. I
That's excellent. It would be. This is a lot of fun. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, and I super appreciate it. Huge shout out to Dirk. If you guys see him in Discord, he's always trying to make us a little bit smarter each time we do something. Super appreciate it,
Yeah.
Dirk.
Thank you.
Is there anything else
Appreciate
you'd
you.
like to say about Nix before you go?
Um.
Also, you have a nice camera setup. We're not streaming. Your audio is fantastic. I've had some people on where it's
Thanks.
like they have like the Apple like white little
yeah.
your setup is nice.
Oh yeah, I do have I have a rack behind me too, my weight rack. Oh man, yeah. Thanks. I try. I would be happy to give a tour of my desk sometime. My desk. I'm very proud of my desk. It's quite a. Oh, nice.
So
cool
next Saturday, it's Dirk's tour of his office.
No, we'll do Nix OS tests. I'm sorry. Maybe I'll show you my office. I'll show you my office in Discord, maybe.
I'm in a temporary office because people have asked to see my office, and I'm in a temporary office because I got a new house, and I'm actually building an office in the basement. There's an unfinished basement, and so like,
ooh, that's a good opportunity. That is what you call an opportunity.
I know. It's super awesome because it also has like 9.5 foot ceilings.
Ooh, very good.
So I want to put I want to put like power and stuff in there, as well as ways to connect stuff to the ceiling. Because one of my problems right now is I have a sit stand desk that I mostly sit at because I have too many cables to cable manage properly in such a way that it doesn't like destroy stuff if I stand. And because like my wife absolutely hates it because like I don't have good cable management here. But one of the problems is I did it once. I spent an entire day cable managing everything, but then there wasn't enough slack to stand. And then I built in enough slack to stand, but then there was like this rat nest of after the cable management for the slack to raise the. I don't know.
I don't know about making a man cave. I don't know if you might have the wrong person for man caving.
I don't know what this King Goliathan.
Yeah, I don't know.
Lion.
I don't know. All right, I think I'm going to take off. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dirk. Super appreciate it.
See
Have
ya.
a fantastic evening.
Or you too. Take care. You too. Do I just like hang up now?
You can hang up. I can. Yeah. You should just hang up.
Okay. Hey, look at that transition.
Yeah. I'm gonna hang up on you. So good to see you. I will continue going for those of you that just joined. What is this? What is this? Oh, is this the man cave? Let's see.
Hey, chat, and welcome to.
I don't have this much room. I don't have this much room for one. Okay, two things. Two things. That's a huge room. That's a huge room. I don't have that big of a room. Dirk. Dirk, 5 gifted subs. Dirk. You're the one that did all the work today. I just was trying to learn. I was trying to be a sponge. I feel like I was like, you know how like a already pre-dampened sponge will soak up water faster? I was like a really, really dry sponge where it's like, I think the next time I do this, I'm actually going to learn stuff faster. This time it was like, nope, really slow. Sprinkle just a little bit of water, like just a little. You go too fast. I just shed it. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Dry soil is the same way. Literally, dry anything is the same way. A little bit of moisture already in it will actually help. I'm pulling back on my chemistry days. I forget why this is. There's actually a very good reason about water. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I feel like I was a little bit slow on the uptake, and I super appreciate your patience that you had with me. It's awesome. But yeah, so I'm looking at this. This is a huge room. This is a huge room. I don't quite have this much space. Trust me, I would love to have this much space. But yeah, that's pretty large. Those are some wide monitors. Those are some wide monitors. Dirk, water is so interesting. Water is super interesting. Without a doubt, I actually think water is one of the most fascinating things. Just the way it works differently than anything else. Do people like these widescreen monitors? I've never actually used one. It looks like this is like the one he would stream with. I've actually... Where's the coding or learning? Dude, we literally just had 2 hours, 2.5 hours of Nix. 2.5 hours of learning about Nix. That's where. We literally just finished learning about Nix. We're gonna do a little bit of Rust after this. Thank you so much, Dirk, for the gifted subs. We're gonna do something a little bit more fun, maybe a little less learning. My brain is hurting, but yeah, we looked at Nix. We used Nix REPL here. This is a good one. We used Nix REPL. We also looked at Nix tests for our. This is actually the reason I'm interested in Nix. All right, so if you watch my YouTube, you can check my YouTube out here. YouTube. We have a series on databases, and one of the things that we created was we created consensus, and we found that it was actually really difficult to validate that consensus was happening properly, and it was really hard to then try break it too. Part of consensus is like what happens when some node leaves the group and when it rejoins the group. How is that handled? How is it dealt with? Those types of things. And that's when Dirk was saying Nix test is really solid for that. And so that's what we were testing or learning today. Oh, you can include a file? That's awesome. All right, there's an ad break. I'm going to be right back really quickly. I need to make a cup of coffee. Actually, I'm going to be out for like, it's like 11 minutes. There's 11 minutes for me making a cup of coffee. So let me do that really quickly. I will see you guys in about 11 minutes. I'm going to make a cup of coffee. We're going to hang out, have a little bit of fun, doing some stuff in Rust. Thanks for joining, everybody. Super appreciate it. And I'll see you guys in about 11 minutes. almost another stream chair. My bad. I forgot. Forgot about feeding the dogs lunch. Definitely was a thing I needed to do. Alex Dane. Oh, let's go over this. Let's see. We have 2 follows while I was making coffee. Fantastic. Thank you guys. Thanks for the follow. And Alex resubbed. Huge thanks. Huge thanks. Means a lot to me. Am I a C make expert? No. No, I'm not. I would not call myself a make expert either, although I can use make better than I can C make. What does that mean? I'm not sure. You guys are dangerously close to making me have to record a video. 1,000 followers. I have a funny video I'm gonna record. It'll probably take me like a month to produce it, but the script and everything is written. It's just sitting there. Probably should like work on recording it ahead of time. Since we're so close, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that. All right. Let's just hang out for a little bit. I'm gonna work on Twitch alerts. We did a bunch of Nick's stuff before this. Let me update my titles. Let's see. Rusty old streamer does things. There we go. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna hang out. Let's talk about something while we hang out, and we'll do some coding. We were in the middle of revamping the command line arguments for the Twitch alerts. I need to work on this during the middle of the week. You would not believe how... Ooh, actually, I'm gonna go put my phone on the charger. Be right, like it's right over there. Just a second. You would not believe how busy I've been. Part of it's just the spring. Part of it's been crazy busy at work. Spring's always busy for me. I'm trying to fix this lawnmower. I'm trying to fix this lawnmower. So I have like enough to mow. Push mowing it is a pain. Like a real big pain. I don't know exactly how much yard I have to mow, but it's like maybe 1.5 acres, maybe 2 acres. Not huge, but it's pretty big. It's not 2 acres. I would say 1.5 acres. For all of those, it's mini squared meters. Anyways, I was told I could have this riding lawnmower if I got it fixed, because it doesn't run right now. So I'm working on it. It's like 45 minutes away. So I go and work on it. I can't get it up on a trailer right now because it's just me. So I'm going to have to be able to drive it onto the trailer, because I can't push it onto the trailer all by myself. And so I need to get it working where it is so that I can drive it onto the trailer so that I can haul it home. That's actually taking a lot of my time. It's got a nice diesel engine in it though. I'm excited about the actual mower. And we have a place just down the road that sells red dye, so that's fantastic. All right. Oh yeah, we also have to name this sucker. You guys have any names? For we have TX or Twinkle. I'm really liking Twinkle for some reason. It's stupid. I get it. All right. Yeah, it's stupid. Let's see. We're here. Bruce. Bruce is also not bad. I'm gonna add that up here. Bruce is not terrible. Yeah, Bruce is not terrible. Where were we? Oh, I actually want cargo build. Where are we? So we were kind of at the point of these all seem fine, and it's time to actually update the code to, you know, like access token doesn't exist there anymore. I think that's where we're at. These errors are kind of weird to me because, like, it shouldn't have really been changed by the options. So we'll have to look at some of these. All right, let's... Do you know what? Oh, we'll do that. We'll do that. I will let you guys name this. We get... You guys get to name it. I'll figure out some way to let you all name it. I have children, and so I can't let you name the animals that I get because I have children, and if I didn't let them name them, it would be a catastrophe. This is why we have a cat. He was the runt of the litter. He's small, and his name is Cupcake. I didn't get a say in it. I was gonna name him something like really fearsome. Like really like... Nope. His name's Cupcake. He's got psychological issues at this point. Oh. That's his name though. Okay, wait. Was this something other than this? Because, like, this is a real error, but, like... we can just anyhow this, right? Or... Yeah. That's what I was worried about. Ire has gained my ire. Yeah, so let me name off the animals names. And you can tell that I didn't name any of them. We have Pumpkin. We have Snickerdoodle. We have Oreo. We have Skittles. Cinnamon. I don't know how the one got Pepper. Her name's Pepper. Cupcake. These are all like following a pattern, right? They all sounds reasonable. Following a pattern. Scruffy. Those are all the cats. Scruffy. So when we how Scruffy got his name was that when we found him, he had been shot and he looked rough. I mean, he looked rough. This cat was on the precipice of dying and he looked scruffy. That's what the kids were like, oh, he's scruffy. Like, that was the naming. The whole thought process, it took 10 seconds for all the kids to agree he's scruffy. Yeah, he had been shot in the hip. He still doesn't quite walk properly, but he had a surgery. Yeah, there's a vet near us that if it's a rescue, they basically do it at cost, which is really nice. Otherwise, it would be prohibitively expensive for the surgery that he had. Prohibitively, I would have just finished the job. But yeah, they'll do it at cost if it's a rescue. So if you're like taking it in as a rescue, so that was nice. Oh, this was our whole ire issue. And then we were like, oh, we're gonna get rid of ire. I remember this. Because it's like not getting updated anymore. And we're like, yeah, we're just gonna get rid of it. Is that what we're doing at this point? I really like the custom reports, but maybe I think probably the reason is this is easier to do with the standard library nowadays. Dude, I've worked on a... Okay, so I worked on an old combine. And you guys know what, like, you guys know that, like, tractors and stuff need greased, right? And it's actually, like, not like you put oil in your car, but, like, you actually have to pump a thing. So this was, like, 25 years ago. And even then, it was probably a 5 to 10-year-old combine. And if you guys don't know what a combine is, no, this is not what I wanted. This is a combine. They're very big things that harvest grain. Anyways, so when I was a child, I actually helped a farmer. And when every single year when you go to use this, it had 3,000 grease ports. 3,000. And they're all up in there. They're all up in the body of this. So like, maybe the worst thing I had to do. Maybe. It was quite a bit of work. Quite a bit of work. Oh my gosh. They're all throughout all these spinning, rotating parts have them. They're so much better nowadays. The ones that are up in there actually have tubes and have ports like on the outside of the machine. It's actually quite fantastic. It's like somebody designed the new ones. It's actually quite fantastic. Oh no. And now those I kind of understand how like when operating those machines, like you could not know, like it happens, but that's so sad. 3 days of being trapped with your paw like, oh, that would be rough. That would be rough. Scruffy now uses his back paw. Yeah, Scruffy now uses his back foot. He doesn't walk proper 100%, but oh, it was clean cut off. Oh, ew. All right. Let's look at actually setting up like what tracing library do we want to use? Rust tracing. I was thinking Tokyo tracing. That's cool. That's awesome. Scruffy still has his leg. He just limps. The bullet was lodged in his right hip. So we're guessing that there was some damage. There's two possibilities that the vet said. Either there's some damage and like it never will heal, quite possibly. He could have like arthritis in that hip. Which is a shame because he's a kitten, so like he's gonna have pain his whole life. But he lived with it for what we estimate about a year, how it was grown in there. And so it could actually just be or not a year. It was like 6 months. He's a year old now. So he lived with it for about like 6 months is the estimate. And it could be just like learned, like as a habit on that foot. He is putting the foot down now, but he's limping. So it might just take time to unlearn it. He's actually walking better now than he was a month ago. So maybe it is just feeling better. We'll see. But yeah, it's funny because Scruffy's name doesn't go with the rest of them. Scruffy is just doesn't fit the naming convention, which is mostly candies and food. So when we rescued Scruffy, he had the 100%. He was the patchy hair and everything. 100%, like that. He was in rough shape. That's what he kind of looked like. Super skinny and yeah. All right. Let's use tracing. Let's try to update it to this. Yeah, we got 2 dogs, 8 cats. My wife has bleeding heart syndrome, so if there is a cat to rescue or a dog to rescue, and we can possibly do it, we do. So. Now, the one dog is not actually a rescue, to be fair. Out of all of our animals, we have exactly one that's not a rescue. He's gonna be our next search and rescue dog, so we do search and rescue. Just not like anything special, just like a group of kids get lost in the national forests around us type of lost and found search and rescue. That's predominantly what we do. Sometimes we do the tornado stuff though as well. So anyways. But he's not a rescue. We got him specifically for that. So. All right, I think I'm gonna start. This is different enough. I think like I'm going to I'm just gonna rip out most. What we're gonna do is we're gonna start this in the main, and then we're gonna rip out. We're gonna replace what makes sense, and we're just gonna leave ripped out what doesn't from Ire. Machine, I also miss Rust. I you know, over the last like 2 months, I haven't actually touched a whole lot of it. So I'm a little rusty. Just a little rusty on it. Yeah. I'm a little rusty, so don't be here to be amazed at how good I do something. Be amazed at how poorly I do it. Veggie, you know, Veggie from YouTube. It's good to see you. It's great to see some people from YouTube. if you're on the YouTube side, I actually have a main channel as well that you're more than welcome to go check out. This is just my live channel. You can go check out Null Labs. I make fun videos and educational videos. What is this? This is something that doesn't pertain to you. You wouldn't understand. You're on YouTube. This is Twitch alerts. So I have my own Twitch alerts that do some AI stuff, and we're kind of overhauling it right now. It's down because we're overhauling it. Well, it's down because it partially sucks because I wrote it. Yeah. It's down because I wrote it. Oh, awesome, Veggie. Cool. I do some of my live work on that. So like the database series, I do it all live first. I do a bunch of other stuff that's just fun or random. Like if I want to learn about something, like if there's a new tech on Fridays, I do the news. And if there's a new thing, sometimes I play around with it, try to understand it a little bit. So we don't have the ops anymore. What do we have? We have server args. Now, the thing is with these server args, is this... The Rob Pike of Twitch. Who's the Rob Pike of Twitch? Who's Rob Pike? Is this what I want to pass? Anyways, we've gotten to the part of the show where I'm brain dead. So I'm happy to talk about kittens, and I'm hoppy. I'm a little hoppy, but I'm also happy to do just random stuff to learn a little bit. But I'm probably going to do this a little, and then I'm probably going to do Baldur's Gate. And if the people that are online at the time want to see me play Baldur's Gate, I'll stream it. If not, I will happily go play Baldur's Gate. There's a new patch that I haven't played. Debating about starting a new campaign. Mr. Elfman, do you own a MacBook? No, I do not. Oh, no, I wasn't calling the YouTube people too dumb to understand it. What I was saying is it's specifically for Twitch. It's specifically for Twitch. Like, you wouldn't understand because it's Twitch alerts, right? That was the idea. So when there's a new subscriber or follower on Twitch, there's alert. But no, I don't use Crapple products. The Crapbook Pro is especially on my crap list. Yeah. Do you use Crapple products? It used to be my most hated video. I got when they released Apple released Apple released this beautiful little thing in 2020. They released the Mac Mini 2020 M1 chip. And I got this. Hey, girl. Hey, come here. Come here. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. You good girl. So she's our rescue dog. Yeah, you're a rescue. Anyways, I got the M1 I actually do have this. So if you're asking if I had a Mac, I do actually have this. I still have this. Can't sell it. Anyways, I made a video. I made 2 videos about my thoughts on it at the time. And I try to be as intellectually honest as possible. I realize that we all have our biases and whatnot. But one of the big things that I struggled with this machine was that literally to install Linux on it, I would void the warranty. And one of the things that I wanted to really do, because you can't install the Grub bootloader without voiding the you have to like jailbreak it to install the Grub bootloader, to install Linux, blah, 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 blah. And there was no Mac native way to install Linux. And so that was one of my complaints. And literally I had maybe 10, 20 comments of people saying, if you're trying to install Linux on it, you're doing Mac hardware wrong, you fool. And I was like, my whole thing was, I thought that this would be the ultimate closet server for a Kubernetes cluster. They're cheap, you get 3 of them, you run Kubernetes on them, and you have the ultimate home lab. And unfortunately, you just can't do that very well. That was kind of my like thing, like, okay, it wasn't a big deal. It was just a portion of, I had wished I could have done that. I can't do it, so moving on. Oh my goodness, I got hated on. Yeah. So there you go. Do I review hardware anymore? Absolutely not. What is this stream about? Well, earlier on the stream, we learned about Nix. So we actually had Dirk came on. Dirk is a community member who is super knowledgeable and super smart. So unlike the standard content. And he came on and helped us understand Nix a little bit, which we're going to continue on. Maybe next weekend, I'll have to talk about when Dirk is next available. Because one of the things that we do is we go through like database technologies, and we're building a database just for fun to understand how databases actually work at the, high level. And one of the things that we wanted to do was test consensus, and Dirk has been saying that consensus would be great with Nix. So we're learning Nix. So we did that. My brain's shot. So at this point, we're doing whatever we feel like doing because my brain is shot. I don't think Dirk is still here. Yeah. Unlike those YouTubers, Dane. I can't even see you. I think Dirk, look, Dirk got to talk to me directly for like 2 hours. That probably was enough for the poor man. Oh, really? Bro squeal. No third-party libraries used. Let's check that out. Let's check that. Wow. Not joking. Not joking. This is more like Chad squeal. That's more like Chad squeal, not bro squeal. Nice. Really cool. So, actually, everyone, I've been thinking about building Vector on top of the Null DB. I don't know. Either building Vector on top of the Null DB or building just a simple in-memory vector database just to... I actually think that vector databases are more about the index than they are about anything else. I say that. Maybe in the future, there'll be something interesting we do with the file system to support those indexes better, but currently I haven't actually seen that. So I've been thinking about just adding it to the NullDB. I thought that it would be really cool to have an SQLite-like system, like an embeddable vector database. So I've actually thought about, and the NullDB has like consensus and stuff that's not like embeddable really. So I've been thinking about making its own DB, like the null vector DB, NVDB. That's what it would be called, right? Because it would be the null vector DB. NVDB as a standalone thing with like C bindings. So like it's pretty easy to embed. That has been a thought, if you guys would like to do it. It wouldn't really be an SQLite alternative because it would be pretty much just vector, right? Okay, at least you have a good sense of humor. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You really went full sail. Like you went full sail on this. All right, I see. I like it. I like it. A developer. Fantastic. Well, we'll have to check it out. You'll have to join me sometime. Right now, our index is a hash map. We don't actually use either B trees or LSM trees. In the future, I'd like to... you should watch my YouTube series on it. You should watch my YouTube series on it. You can see kind of where we're at. I haven't made the consensus one yet. But you can go check it out there. We use a hash map index, not a B tree. We're probably never going to do B tree just because I don't want to store data on disk that way. How we're storing disk, because we did like a log-based replication schema, we probably would do like LSM trees. And the code for all of that is GitHub. Is here in the NullDB. So you can always go check it out. We're on the consensus branch. We're doing consensus. This is where we needed Nix to like do better testing of consensus. But, you know, it's there. All right. We were ripping out. Let's see, where were we? There's nothing in here. We're in here. Install utils is an IR result. We'll change this to an anyhow result. This should be fine because we don't have anyhow anymore or IR anymore. You have raised our IR. Oh, this is where we were with the server args. It's not server args, right? Also, thanks for the follow. I'm sorry this is broken, so you didn't get a Twitch alert. I need to fix it. I can actually fix the old system. I haven't fixed the old system because I forgot, to be honest. It just needs its key updated. It doesn't actually refresh its key, so like its refresh token. So I have to manually do that, which is pretty pretty solid programming on my part. Let's see. Darshan, I don't need a write-ahead log, right? Because I don't have a B tree, right? Why do you use a write-ahead log? Let's actually start there. This is actually a really, we should make a video on this. We should make a video on this. Why do you have a write-ahead log? So, let's see. Write-ahead logging. In computer science, write-ahead logging, wall files, a lot of times is a family of techniques providing automacy, durability, two of the ACID properties. I will point out, just because you have a wall does not mean you're actually fully ACID. Just to be a high-level clarification and insurance, does not mean you're fully ACID. Write-ahead log is a pinned-only auxiliary disk-resistant structure used for crash and transaction recovery, right? Now, the Null DB takes after Google's Big Table, where everything is actually in that log already. So we already have everything from a write-ahead log because we already deal with everything in this way. So our entire database is effectively a write-ahead log because it's a log-based database, right? So when you have a B tree version, and don't get me wrong, like I'm not saying like my way is better or whatnot. There's trade-offs to it. When you have a B tree version, you actually have to invalidate cache. And so you have to make sure that you're storing in this log until that cache has been invalidated, right? So it's a different way of looking at it, and B trees are super powerful. We actually covered in the indexing one why B trees are so dominant in the indexing world. It is because B trees like just solve that problem beautifully. So databases is all about trade-offs. But no, I don't have a write-ahead log because I am a write-ahead. Like I am a wall. My database is a wall. Your GitHub repo data is corrupted. What do you mean? Bro Squeal is here, or Bro Squirrel. We'll call it Bro Squirrel. Bro Squirrel. You know what you need is you need like a really buff squirrel on the front of this. Like you need a buff squirrel. Bro Squirrel. Just a hint. Like if you want people to take this seriously, you need a Bro Squirrel right here. I'm giving helpful I'm giving free advice. I should be charging for this, but I want a buff squirrel. You know, like those really jacked kangaroos? That's what I'm thinking, but squirrel. Should pay for this. Send me a link and I'll check it, see if I can get it. Are you in Spain? And is there a footy game going on? Oh yeah, did you like my I'm so sorry. My British. I feel like when they say footy, it has to sound better than an American saying footy. Like, that just sounds odd. Since it's written in Go, the scroll should be bench pressing a gopher. Oh. Oh gosh. All right, I think it's Twitch that we want. Because this is getting an access token for Twitch. Yeah. Beautiful. We just want a wait. A wait? Yeah. Wait, well, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Do we really want to return an ire report? That gives me ire. I keep wanting to say like for ire. For those of you that don't know, I don't know how to spell for ire. Like, I'm not even sure it's for ire. Like, I think it's not ire. It's not this. Protoss for ire. Voice lines. What is it? It's not ire. It's the name of the Protoss homeworld, right? Wasn't the Archons that said it? I think it's the little knivey dudes. The Zealots, right? I think it's the Zealots. Where's a Zealot? There we go. Oh, for Artanis. I do remember that one. I'm pretty sure there's a for ire. Or, again, their homeworld. Screams when killed. Completeness. I can't search for it, though, because... for the Reckoning... I serve for now. Which one has it? It's not the probe. The probe's Phoenix. I'm sorry, this is now bothering me because it's not ire. What is it? Or am I just making this all up? Ah, here we go. I'm sorry, it was High Templar. It's not ire. It's error. Error. Anyways, I'm sorry. It just sounded like for ire. Every time I say ire, that's what I think of. I played way too much StarCraft 2, if that's a key there, where certain things while programming make me think of voice lines from a specific unit. Yeah, it's fine. Not a problem. Let's just do this for now. We'll return something. Ever play RuneScape? Have you ever played RuneScape Dragons? Dragon Wilds. Yeah. You haven't really played RuneScape until you played Dragon Wilds. Have you actually played it? I haven't actually played Dragon Wilds. I just saw that they came out with something, and I saw the characters, and I was like, those characters actually, they did it, in my opinion, they did a good job of making the characters look like the old school characters, but more modern. And I appreciated that. Like, I actually appreciate it because I'm sure that it took actually, like, effort to do. Not what I meant to do. Now, one thing that I didn't know on this was what I saw. I was gonna say it looked like it was not an MMO, which was a little weird to me. Like, to be honest, I expected it to be an MMO. But it's more like it's not. It's not. I mean, okay, they're rolling out dedicated servers soon. I thought that I don't know how this would work, but I've always thought that a survival MMO would be cool, where like dying was a real thing, but like massive amounts of people got to change and affect the world. It could be horrible too. It could be horrible too. It could be cool too. Okay, let's see. Make token. Let's see. Anyhow, let's change this to an anyhow as well. Let's just do this. If you get killed in game, it uninstalls. This sounds like Cursor. This sounds like Cursor on Windows. Syntax error. Expected semicolon found make token. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. Let's see. What do we want to do here? This is a problem of ripping ire out of everything here. I wonder, I'll have to see if this will run on Linux just fine. I'm guessing that it will. Platinum status on... What? What? Nice. It'd be cool if it worked on the Steam Deck. And I only say that because, you know, there's things that work on Steam Deck, but like the text is hard to read and stuff. But my kids like to play with me. So like we play Pal World together, and the way we do it is I host the server on one of the home servers, and then I can join from my computer. And then from my room, they can join on the Steam Deck and they can join on the Xbox. So it's nice. No. You said ProtonDB, and like I wasn't in the gaming on Linux like mindset. I as soon as I clicked, I was like, oh yeah, ProtonDB, I got it. Okay. Let's just do something dumb here. I like dumb. Let's just do like what's a standard error? Okay. Let's just like I don't want any of these. How to do this elegantly without just being super dumb. I just want like a generic error. Anyhow has something for this. Right. They have like but we can do something like this is not what I was thinking of. Rust anyhow error. Can I do... can I do something like anyhow? Format error. Yeah. Okay. Now what I want to do, go back here. I just want to change this. to anyhow. So that's another thing that I actually want to do a couple more fun things. Last year I kind of got like way too hung up on like trying to do the educational things, and I want to do some more fun things on stream. Like I want to make a stupid MMO with you all. Like I think it's going to be text based, which is going to be awesome and chaotic and confusing, maybe on purpose. But something we can like play together. I also thought another fun thing that would be to create. I don't know if you guys ever played the tick-based games, where like every hour there would be a tick in the universe, and all of your actions would be. I kind of want to make one of those, but I want to make one where you don't have to log in every hour. That was kind of annoying, where like you have to like spend 1 minute every hour making all your stuff. I've always thought it would be fun to make another one like that, but it's not so demanding. I'm not sure how to do that, but we'll see. Can we just delete that? Why can't we delete that? No. Right. Oh, wait. We expected error. So instead of this, we just need an error. Any reason not to use anyhow bail? I'm pretty sure it's a drop-in replacement for our bail usage you have here. Yeah, no, you're right. There's a delay, sorry, in YouTube. What you guys are seeing is old Merrick. There's about 30 seconds. There's about 30 seconds on Twitch. I actually think yeah. I think YouTube's actually a little higher than that. I think YouTube's quality of video is actually a little higher, but their delay is also a little higher. Yeah, Darshan, I've wanted to just do some more things that the community could take part in. Oh, this is just like the people clicking on it. That's stupid but hilarious. We're destroying it, moon people. Moon people, unite. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to do some fun, stupid stuff with the community. It's like the Null DB. It's really for educational purposes. It's not for people in the community to be involved in. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't mind. Dirk made that PR for the Knicks build stuff, and that's amazing. But it's not really designed for that. It's designed to back some videos that I'm making on how to make databases, or the backing technology. So like, it's not, a lot of my stuff isn't designed to be like, community involvement. And so I want to fix that. I want to make stuff that's more community involvement. The first thing I'm doing here is I'm actually rewriting this so other people could use it on their Twitch channel. That's like one of the big rewrites of this, is making it, if somebody else wanted to stream with Twitch and wanted to have this, it should be easier for you to like get it up and running with your stuff. A Twitch chat integrated Twitch MMO in the Nulliverse sounds sick. That's actually kind of what I was thinking. Like, you guys could play in chat while we were doing stuff. And I don't know if there'd be like anything on. That's the idea. That is the idea. It's just something fun and dumb like that. And that would be one of the games. So one of the things that this yet to be named Twitch alert system does is it allows you to play games with Twitch chat. And so that could be one of them that we're running all the time. Okay, wrap with error. We actually don't need to do this, right? And then we'll just do oh, okay. I see. All right. Come on. What is this? OAuth. Oh, you know what? Let's do this. I don't remember quite, but let's do this. So yeah, anyways, that's why I'm trying to clean this up, because I'd like to do some of those fun things. I also want to do like a Twitch chat Dungeons and Dragons led game. I can just call Esther on it, yeah? Why do you not like this? I'm pretty sure you're wrong. Is it my LSP just wigging out? I don't know. I wish I had the same amount of time Primogen does to make stuff like that. I wish. He's also a lot faster. I mean, I don't do as much programming nowadays. I'm not the fastest software engineer. Nope, not the fastest. Let's see. Where was I? No, back. Main. We're down to 24 hours. That's actually pretty good. We're actually pretty good. We need to remove. Oh, wait. We did remove. Let's just remove this. And run server should not be returning IR anymore. Wait, why is it saying the trait bound IR report is not satisfied? I don't have an IR result anymore. This has my IR. There we go. Is there a wrap error with in anyhow? That's what I need to know. No. This provides context. Okay. So no, doesn't. So how do we want to update this? Instead of wrap error with, honestly, we can just return it, and not, you know, we can just do this, right? And we don't even have to unwrap. That's just going to done. And then the same with this. Yeah. Okay. It's probably the cleanest way. Just let them boil up. Did Primergen make the Twitch Doom chat thing like on stream? I don't know how much he does on stream and how much he does. Anytime I ever caught him, he was reading an article or watching a video. So I didn't know how much of that he did on stream. I don't know. I don't know if it's good to do it on stream or do it somewhere else. Mismatch type, expected reference, ops, Twitch, found, let's see, this is probably meant to be Twitch, right? Yeah. So this one's correct. And then this one would be wrong. And then this. And then this would actually be ops.server Server. No. Oh wait, server args is part of the Twitch. I was wrong. I did this wrong. Server args is correct, and then this is ops.twitch. Yeah. Mismatched types. My foot. Check that out. Skill and precision. Yeah, I can say random words. Okay, we're just going to okay or else. Yeah, we're just gonna boil this up. Right. Let's see. We'll keep this. We'll just do anyhow. Expect to find a pattern. Found a function call. Ooh. And we didn't, no, we're still on 2018. Okay. I don't know why. Something prior to this is causing this to be this way. Why was it expecting an STD var? I don't get that. Ooh. There'd be a bunch of stuff here. Let's not tackle that right now. All right. It's like there's something we're importing that's... Yeah, why are we importing anyhow? Okay. Don't do that. Don't do that. I try to specifically call out anyhow. So these are all on server, right? Ooh, where are these on server? Interesting. Oh, it's host and port is right here. It's just port and host. So, port host, DB, okay. We actually need to update this. Should we do like what we did with Twitch? Probably. So what am I thinking here? What am I thinking? We have chatbot game. When we're running as a server, we need all the server args. That's right. That's right. Okay. 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 So this is fine. How much of this did you use something like AI to help with? Probably not a whole lot. Why? Is it that bad? Let's see. I said server args here. Let's see. We have Twitch. We can just put these flat on server args. I was gonna break this out. Oh, you know what I was thinking of? I was thinking of, let me do this again. Not that. What I need to do is change this to Twitch, not Twitch. WebSocket server, and then this will be host and port. Actually, though, let's not do that. Let's do HTTP server, and then you can have like let's see, host and port. Yeah, let's just do this. This looks fine. Host and port. I'm finding the AI to be more and more dented. Like the more I try to use it, the less useful I really feel that it is. It's weird. It feels so close to stuff. Like we're gonna do something with cursor. So I actually have what I want to do for the Null Cloud, which is like a really pared down, really simple thing that's using Wasm. That should be a fun exploratory project. And we'll do that at some point. And what I wanted to do was actually try to use cursor to do it. I actually have cursor to try to do it. But yeah. I don't know if the content is getting worse or if... Look, it used to be that the AIs wouldn't even make compiling code. And now the code compiles, and I feel like we had this high of like, it's actually doing stuff. And then like, the more you actually use it, the more you actually truly understand. I don't think it's getting worse. It's a pre-trained model. Like, unless if they're ragging it differently or stuff like that, or like some of the stuff that you could do on the back end, the model itself isn't getting worse. It's pre-trained. It is what it is. It's not getting better. It's not getting worse. I think it's our understanding of it that actually changes our understanding or our feelings of it. So let's do this. Yeah, the HTTP server. So like this stuff, it does fairly well. It obviously wants to put that in a comment, but and then we can do no. We can do this. What is this called? The WebSocket server. And we can just use Platin again. Pub. Yeah. So what I was thinking of doing is trying to vibe code the initial implementation of the Null Cloud. and see how close we can get to actually doing the thing I think would be cool. And then like also like I feel like the next thing that I want to do is like go through the code, do a code review, and see if there was a better way to do each thing. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, that's what I'd like to do, is be like, is there a more simple way of doing this? Or did the AI nail it? Maybe the AI nailed it. I don't know. We'll have to try. Okay, so we run two things. We run a WebSocket server and we run an HTTP server. Beautiful. Is that project going to be? Yeah, it's going to be open source. Absolutely. If ever I was going to make the Null Cloud not open source, my guarantee would be that it would be like the open core. So basically anything that we make open source would remain open source. And if for whatever reason I thought I could make a living for some reason, which I don't think I ever will, but if I did, and I wanted to add like some enterprise feature, that would be in a separate thing. So the open core would never be what is it called? Hampered in any way. And I would actually like people to contribute to it. I'll also even give it to a foundation if that made people more comfortable. I'll start my own foundation. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Start your own foundation, give it to the foundation. Get donations tax-free because you're in some sort of foundation. This is sounding good. But yes, of course it's going to be open source. I actually think open source would be the thing that would be powerful for it. And one of the things that I would love to do is, and this is one that I've always had, is if I make the Null Cloud over here, I would love for you to be able to run the Null Cloud on your own infrastructure. So this would be like your Null Cloud. And be able to automatically fall over to my Null Cloud, like the public Null Cloud. So you could have like a private Null Cloud, the open source version. And you could either do like overflow, whereas like if you need to expand more and you didn't have enough compute in your data center, or if yours went down for some reason, it could automatically fall over or something like that. I always thought that would be cool. And you could only do this if it was open source, because you'd have to be able to run it yourself. Yeah, I say the only way. I realize that there could be other ways, but I think open source would be like a really cool way of doing that. Yeah. Kind of like, you know, like a lot of the clouds have like AWS anywhere, but that's not cool. You don't want to run AWS anywhere. Ugh. I use AWS on AWS because I have to. All right, so we can do. Wait. Do I need host in here? I have host. I have host and port. Host and port. So we can delete these because those don't make any sense anymore. Now, where was I? Well, I guess we'll just go back to the main. Oh, yeah, we were here. Okay. So the front end API will be at .http.port. Port. Nice. And this, the WebSocket port will be ops.ws.port. And the WebSocket host will be ops.ws.host. You hate the idea of vibe coding? It's fair. I want to know how good it is. That's why I want to do it. I want to see like what its capabilities are. That's what I'm always interested in. I like knowing. I hate it when people say, "Oh, this is the thing," but it obviously doesn't work. Like when with the release of ChatGPT 3, not even 3.5, but 3. And there was all this hype because people were saying like, "Ah, blah, 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 blah." And obviously it was so far from the what did the Altman said? The Altman was like, it's so dangerous, it's so good. It's basically general their AGI. Anyways, it's so far from that. So what I like to know is how good it actually is. And so the only way to do that is to actually try and do something with it. And then go through and do it myself, how I would do it, and see if it's even close to how I would. Because if you're talking about theft, I already have the idea. Yeah. Wait. What is this? Oh, I already have a host info. This is kind of wonky. I'm parsing this stuff into. Why do I need parse? I don't need parse here. All right. Yeah, I just don't need this. If it's required, make it required. Okay. I don't love this host information, but I'm not changing all of it right now. What is this R question mark? R. Try join. Okay. I understand vibe coding is about getting it to do everything. And that's exactly what we're going to try. We're going to try to get it to do an MVP of an actual project that's a little bit complicated, right? I don't know if it can do it. The base concept is not actually that difficult, so I actually think it's a good try. Because no matter what it makes, it should be easy enough for us to like go through and understand. And if it's not, then we just throw it all away. If it gets us a good template, then we start with that and we start expanding on it. One thing I do know that I've worked with is if you vibe code a lot, it gets very complicated and confusing, and it stops being able to edit itself very well. But anyways, we'll still have to try to see what it's like. The trait bound IR report. I don't want IR report. Is not satisfied. Wait. This isn't an IR report. I removed it. It's not IR at all. Why? Wait, the try. This is very weird. There's like space. Very weird. I would say that's actually one thing that I'm disliking about AIs is I actually think that people that use them too much are going to lose some of their ability. I don't think AIs help you think critically, and that's actually a really good skill. And I think vibe coding absolutely isn't helping you think critically at all. I don't think if you wanted to stay sharp that you would want to vibe code a lot, even if you could get away with it for a while. Okay, what am I doing wrong here? A Tokyo tri-join. But that should just... So this is actually an interesting machine and veggie both. I don't know that LLMs are good at teaching. I've never found them to teach you to think critically. You know, okay, so like I'm a parent and I have 3 children, and each one of them, and I know that you probably had parents that did this where like your parent won't tell you the answer. You'll be like, oh, well, think if try to think about this, and you're like, oh, I just want to finish this, and you get so frustrated. But they're actually trying to teach you to think critically about the problem. They're saying, hey, what do you know? Sometimes that's what I ask my kids. I'm like, okay, well, what do you know about the problem? My son was trying to build a table, and he was trying to hammer in these nails, and it wasn't working. And I was like, all right, do you want to just keep doing the same thing? It's like, well, now that you said that, no. I was like, okay, well, cool. We can think about it differently then. It wasn't working. And then I just asked him a bunch of questions about what he was doing to get him to think about what he was doing, to think about why it was failing. He had these stupidly long nails. And so, yeah, they were bending because he wasn't hitting them perfectly straight. And he was only trying to build, like, these boards were not that long. These nails were going to stick way far out through it. Anyways, it was hilarious. But also, like, I didn't just tell him those things. And AIs don't do that. This is why I said it yesterday, maybe? Maybe I said it yesterday. I would love to see AIs have like a training mode where they're specifically trained not to give answers. Where they're specifically trained to be like, to ask questions about what you're doing. I don't know. Right. When the interviewer asks, is there a more efficient way? My literal answer has been, well, now that you said that, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Let me think about it. I think that if you already know how to think critically, I think you can go to ChatGPT and you can learn. You can use it and you can actually learn. I think you can leverage it that way, but you'd have to be very dedicated. You have to make sure that you're not asking, you know, like if you just go with, if you just go in there and you're like, I keep getting this error. Wait. This isn't going to help you learn. Not as much as something else. Do I have 04? I do have it. Should we try this again? Let's try this again with 04 mini high. It's gotten so slow It's almost painful to actually use at this point. Oh, here we go. "43 seconds." I don't know. It feels like it's just gotten like super, super long. The high version seems like it was meant to pre-flex. I'm not hard to flex on. Expected, let's see, what are we doing? Handle dot await. Do we even need this? We can get an okay of okay result, an okay of error result, and an error of error. This is, whew, whew. Okay. And then the error here, argument is enum variant are incorrect. The type constructed contains a join error due to, okay. Wait, match arms have incompatible types. Why? Oh, these are not, these, yeah, we need to update these. Sorry. Not what I wanted. Missing Go error handling? No. I think it will take more than this to, this is because I was like heavily embedded in IRE. And unfortunately, like, IRE is in everything, which is one of the annoying parts of it. Oh, I'm doing this wrong. Right? Because you're supposed to do like this. That's what I was supposed to do. I was wondering. Okay. Armors are incorrect. Flatten. That's this. Okay. So the only thing I changed here was the result. right? So I shouldn't have changed how you call it, just how it's returned. Let's see. Expected structs. Found struct ire report. Why did it find ire? This right here. I called it. We would have removed that. Anyhow, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. I actually find this interesting. I was watching the Primogen recently. I watch my competition. I consider him to be my main competitor on Twitch. There's very few that bring the same level of entertainment value that I do. So I was watching Primogen the other day, and he was pretty much crapping on Rust. And the thing that confused me, and he did not read my comment or question. He was saying like JavaScript goes like something like this. I don't know. I'm just making some stuff up, but then it like gets really hard. This is like JavaScript. And then he was saying something like this is Go. And Go is like this. Something like that. Or maybe he was saying Go is like this. Like it's really easy to get started, and then it kind of goes up as you get into some of the funky stuff, like the fact that you can't call back on the same thread. And then he was like, Rust is like this. Like a big learning curve at the beginning. And then bigger learning curve than this. I misquoted this as Go. Go was like not a big learning curve, flattens out, and then it gets harder. And then he was like, this is Rust. And he's like, Rust is like easy, and then you do multi-threaded, and he drew like something like that. What I don't understand is why multi-threading confused him so much. Because I actually consider Rust to be the exact same if you use Tokyo as Go with multi-threading. You just use channels, you pass messages back and forth. So I never got a straight answer. Does anybody actually understand that argument on it? Because I do actually want to understand, like, if I'm missing something about threading in Rust that people are confused about, or like maybe I just haven't done it. Now, I realize if you want to write your own future, writing a future is difficult. But for the most part, you don't need to do that unless if you're writing Tokyo yourself. Like, unless if you're writing something like that. But that goes with Go as well. Like, with Go, you just can't do those things. In Rust, you can do those things, but they're really hard. I don't know. When does Go get hard? Are you ready? People don't think that I've written a fair amount of Go, and so I couldn't answer that question quickly and easily. It feels like you didn't expect me to be able to just pull up a repository and be like, Go got hard, all right? I want to bring your attention to this right here. This 3.8% C. This is C that's called from Go. This is C that's called from Go because Go has limitations that you cannot do. You just absolutely cannot do, no matter how much you want to do. Like, have the callback come back to the same thread. Go has this interesting thing where you're on this thread, and in normal languages in Rust, if you're on this thread, let's say I call to the system, this is the kernel here, and then the kernel calls back, it comes back to the same thread. Go has this fun thing where you're on this thread, you make a call to the kernel, maybe that thread continues executing for just a second, but then Go's like, nah, bro, it's actually going to be a different thread. If you haven't gotten to this, it means you've never gotten into the internals of Go. And then the kernel calls back and panics because it said, that's not the thread I was talking to. Screw you. Welcome to the wonderful world of Run C and why they have C in it. So, and don't even get me started about generics. Now I realize that they've partially patched that, and that's good, but Go gets deceptively hard. When you used to be forced to pass an empty interface. Can I talk about how difficult it is to read an empty interface and understand what that is? That actually makes Go code hard to read and confusing. It's not difficult. It's not difficult. It's very easy to write an empty interface. It's very hard to read and reason about what's going on. It makes the job of a person coming back through second much more difficult than Rust. Rust doesn't allow that vagary. We don't like vagary. I don't think Prime has the merit to say whether Rust or Go is bad. I probably don't either. Like, I'm always put in my place by the really smart people, and I'm like, yeah, you guys have knowledge. I'm just out here doing stuff. Did we fix all the errors here? Are we down to less than 24 errors? Only 10 errors? My goodness. We're on a roll. We're on a roll. We're on a roll. All right, let's pick the next file. Twitch listener util. I hate util files. Util files generally are code smells. Let me just call myself out. Let me call myself out. If you have a util file, you probably committed a crime against humanity. Yeah, devs in shambles. Look, I'm calling it out myself out. I think what always happens with me is I end up making a util file because what I'm acknowledging at that point is that I don't have a different place to put it, right? So I don't have a better grouping at that time. Now, the problem with this is I don't go back and group them better after I do have a grouping. So, you have this one-off thing, and it's like, I don't know, it's a utility. Network utils. It helps me do networks. This is how it's not good. It's not right. It's because I'm lazy. Let's see. Which one of these are we doing? We want... was this server args? Let's see. Server args has all this stuff, and it should have. Ooh, it doesn't have. No, it doesn't have. Where's the OpenAR? LLM args. So it's on the LLM args. Yeah. We do have it. Okay. So we have like wait, this is the Twitch stuff, right? This is like this is part of the Twitch. Sorry, we actually brought sanity to this. Yeah. This is part of the Twitch stuff. Oh, we brought sanity to this, but it changed a bit. It was like all flat and not reusable. Yeah, Veggie. Go threading is... Look, it's very opinionated. It allows you to be multi-threaded without even knowing that you're multi-threaded, which is kind of cool if you think about it. But it actually forces some things on you too. To do that, think about what you have to think about with memory. If it's switching which thread you're on, that means that the memory has to also switch over on you. It means that it has to be garbage collected. It means all of these things because it has to do all that stuff in the background for you. So there's trade-offs to it. I have always said that I wish that there was a garbage collected Rust, because I like Go's garbage collected and all that stuff that it does for you, because I think like half of the stuff, I don't need the performance. Then there's the syntax of Go, which is stupid simple, and I love how stupid simple it is. But what I found the more I programmed, and I loved Go 8 years ago when I first started doing it because it was stupid simple. What I found was that stupid simple language made me do stuff that I hated. If you look at the Kubernetes project, because it didn't have generics, it actually had map int and map string, and there was three versions of map. And it made you do that and make concrete versions of it because you had to. And so, and Go has gotten more and more complex. It's added generics. It's added these things because you write really gross, hard to read code, hard to manage code, extra code because of those things. And so I've seen it in Go. The Go community has embraced more complexity. Look at their new iterator stuff. The new iterator stuff is more complex, but it's more verbose. It gives you the ability to do more stuff. Anyway, sorry, I ranted. But that's what I kind of feel about Rust. Now, don't get me wrong. I wish that there was a garbage collection version, because the syntax is fantastic, and when you don't need the power, just the raw speed and efficiency of non-garbage collection, it would be way faster to not have to think about lifetimes, to not have to think about all those things, have threading kind of auto done for you. Absolutely. If you guys didn't see it, ClickHouse Rust. This was really cool. Really cool. A year of Rust in ClickHouse. I recommend you guys read this. This was a cool blog. Because it makes you think about how Rust handles things differently than C++. You'd think that like C++ and Rust would just go hand in hand. But it's not quite true. It was a good blog post. You guys should read it. Seven previous errors. All right. Where are we at? WebSocket.rs. there was a lot of things. I haven't written C++ for a long time. We're probably going to do a C++ stream. I want to try to do a pure safe C++ run, just for kicks and giggles. But there's a lot of things that I hadn't thought about, like with how you might handle exceptions bubbling up the stack in C++, and how that might not work with Rust. I found that article super interesting. The trait-bound IR report. All right. Where are we? I disagree. I disagree. I think that sorry, I'm trying to think. I can't think and type at the same time. It's a limitation of mine. 1 second. I was trying to count these. 1 second. Anyhow, result goes to this one. So this one goes to that one. We don't want this. No, we don't want that, I said. Oh, we do want it. I'm being forced to do it? No, because this one's this. And there's no multiple here. One second, I gotta do this in line. Thank you, Rust language server. Thank you for undoing. I shouldn't have saved. I was gonna say, C++ is a nightmare. If you haven't used C++ 23, it has a lot of foundation. I am excited for C++ 26. Actually, so probably what we'll do. Maybe I should make this a challenge to the community. Maybe we should make a challenge. I hit some sort of goal, and if I hit that goal before C++ 26 is released, when is 26 getting released? Feature complete doesn't mean like released. When do we think it's going to be released? I know I can use it now. Using it now and like is set in stone is a little different. It's scheduled for February. Maybe I make a challenge, and if we get that challenge, I'll do something stupid like 12 hours of C++. I was gonna say like 26 hours of C++ 26, but I think that one might be a nightmare. I think that might be a nightmare. So maybe we do 26 hours in a weekend. Maybe we do 20. I'd have to think about that. I can set you guys a goal. I'll have to think about it. Shame on you, cardboard box. I probably should have just done like a switcheroo here. Oh, then too bad. All right. Let's see. How many errors? 8. Nice. All right, let's get this compiling. Wait, where are we now? Let's see. Let's see. Wait, that's what the file I'm in. Okay, we're not done here yet. Let's see. No meta name context for, we can import anyhow context. Right, we don't have any, so let's do use anyhow context. There. We fixed that. We should be down to 4. Yes, 4. All right, we're cooking. Uh-oh, I see the problem there. AI manager, mod. All right, cool. Okay. We're down to 3. We're down to 3. Top one on the list. Dot context and utils. I love it. Like I said, most elite programmers use utils. Not a code smell at all. We have context. Why is this an error? So yeah, let's think of a good community C++ 26-hour stream. And by 26 hour, I mean like 2 13-hour streams, which is going to be brutal no matter what. 2 13-hour streams, it's gonna be brutal, but I'll do it for you guys. Oh, it was this one. I don't understand this. Because, like, it sure does. We were on this, and I was like, is this just a red herring? But it's not. It's like, people are actually upset about it. Wait, where was I? Utils. You know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna do this. I actually just don't know, but my mind doesn't want to figure that out, we're just going to do this. Boom. What did I accidentally... Oh, I accidentally deleted too many. Sorry. Okay. Wait. You don't know what project though? We'd make something fun and stupid. That's easy enough. Like some little C++ game, yeah? Oh, is it saying the closure doesn't have... Oh, I see. I was being super dented there. Super dented. We just like recreate Snake or something. Yeah? Twitch listener utils. So this is in Twitch, right? Yep. Cool beans. Let's clean ire out of this. Nightbot needs to calm down. I'm telling you what, Nightbot is crazy. Don't mess with Nightbot. You put 4 emojis in that, and it's already upset. Nightbot, I don't think Nightbot has legitimately caught anything. I think Nightbot actually just... I need to look and see if there's like some like calm down Nightbot things. I need to look because like Nightbot just gets a little too excited. Did I do that wrong? Maybe. I need to go look at that. We actually did this once, utils. Yeah, I actually think that this is a copy and paste. Maybe I can delete this one when we did the whole simplifying. Because we did this already. It's the same thing, right? I think it is. I don't want to go through this whole thing again. Let's see. Get access token. Yeah. Yes. It is the same thing. Right. Right. And we just need to update all of these. Yeah, this is how I'm going to update it. Done. Updated. Oh, we still have an error. Okay. I haven't re-referenced it. All right. Now I got to go through and update it. People were looking at the old one. That's what was causing the weird errors. I see. Oh, I was so close to being done. Do you know what? I wonder if I should flip-flop where they are. Oh, I deleted the wrong one. This is the right one. Can you guys believe that? I deleted the wrong one. That was the problem. I deleted the wrong one. Oh my goodness. Building. All right. I've been streaming for 5 hours. We learned a bit about Nyx. It was a good day. I got stuff I got to do outside. Springtime is here. I will. You know, I'm gonna stream this week in the evening sometime. I don't know when. I'm not gonna jump on doing it like very set times, but I will. I will stream because I gotta get some of this stuff done. Thank you so much, Liquid, for the follow. It's good to have you on. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. Thanks for coming out and supporting me. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I gotta get going though. Let's find somebody to raid. Do we have a good person to raid? Let me see. You know what? Somebody I haven't watched a whole lot, but I've started to really enjoy is Tom. Let's raid Tom. Go say hi to Tom. Yeah, go say hi to Tom. Make Tom's weekend the best weekend Tom has had yet. Okay? Go do that. Have a fantastic weekend yourself. I will see you all throughout the week, but also on Friday for the news and Saturday for the regular stream. Thanks, everybody. See you. Have a fantastic weekend.
Marek counts. What have you been up to? I think that's your first raid, is it? Welcome, welcome. Woot woot. Have you been here before? No. Do you know what I'm working on? Learning Nix today. Goodness me. Then did a little Rust. Nix is hard. I tried Nix